Who wants to play video games?
In case y'all didn't know, this is my favorite song. Bing bong, bing bong, bing bong. Dun, dun. Is this a command request? Yes, it is. For some reason, I thought it was in my mouth right now for cum. I forgot that it was piss, or I forgot that the cum command was spelled C-O-M-E, not. Anyways, this is my favorite song. Did y'all know that? I won't hard cut you this time, but hi. How y'all doing today? How are we doing today? It's my birthday. Oh my god, Tay! Happy early birthday! And also, Faye's birthday is on Thursday. Did you know that? That's too quiet. Hi y'all. Welcome in. Happy Tuesday. Holy shit. I keep thinking that today is Wednesday. I keep simply thinking that today is Wednesday for some reason. Cancer baby, I knew I loved you. Literally, I love all of my cancer babies. Happy early birthday. Yeah, happy early birthday. Feels like a Wednesday, right? I literally, in my head earlier, whenever I was making breakfast, I was like, oh gosh, I gotta wake up early tomorrow because I have my doctor's appointment tomorrow. But my doctor's appointment is on Thursday. Anyways, hi y'all. How are we feeling today? Welcome in, Piss. Welcome in, M. Good to see you. Hello, Tay. Hello, Pablo. Hello, Cass. Hello, Faye. Rainbow. Lovely to see you. Thank you for being here and for lurking. Faye, congrats on first. I hope you're all doing well today. Are so hot. I agree. I don't know. I have always just been in love with cancers, period. That's really it. That's all. End of sentence. Also, Cancer, oh well. See, I just find myself surrounded by cancers. Cancers, Geminis, Libras, sometimes Scorpios. I always find myself surrounded by all of y'all, and I'm obsessed. Hello, Dark Trash Panda. How you feeling today? Welcome in. I'm so fucking excited for today. Today we are talking about and celebrating gender, all things gender, but also just talking about queer shit in general because it's Pride Month, and y'all know, y'all who are a part of the community, you know, I like to have these talks like just in general, like every few months or so, not just during Pride Month, but you know, it's Pride. We got to talk about some queer shit, you know. Bubs, thank you for the quiet hello. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for lurking if you're lurking. Also, before I forget, if you're on Twitter and you feel like pressing buttons, there's my going live tweet, no pressure, but if you want to press buttons, this would be a cool one to press buttons for. I'm so excited. I always fall for Tauruses, TBH. They're not really a sign I don't like though. Got you. That's fair. Tauruses are hot. I feel like every single Taurus I've ever known has been like hot and like slightly like edgy. And I'm here for that, obviously. Funny enough, as a Pisces, I feel like I don't really surround myself with fellow Pisces that much. At least like in my life, you know. I feel like there's some Pisces in the community, but not a whole lot. Not nearly as many as like, I feel like I have a shit ton of Geminis and Cancers, at least who have been vocal about it. Also, before we get into anything, I want to say, make sure you're taking care of yourself. Water, food, meds if you need it, a break if you need it, a nap if you need it. And at any point during tonight, if you feel like you need to step away from the conversation, please feel free to do so. I encourage that, okay? And if it's a situation where you got to tap out for the night, that's entirely okay. I'll be back again tomorrow, okay? I'm hoping tonight will be a really cool night, and I'm really excited to talk to y'all about just like my experiences and stuff, and maybe hear from y'all. And later I'm getting into call with my good friends Faye and Luna. Y'all know them, the moderators here, the good old pals. But I'm super excited for tonight, y'all. Hi, I'm an Aries. Oh, okay. I don't know why did I not know that about you, Cass? Damn. Hell yeah. I love that for you. I feel like Aries energy and my energy go together mostly well. So, okay, I do actually have one Aries man. I feel like it's usually Aries men who kind of like rub me the wrong way, and they kind of feel like man babies a lot of the time. But I feel like any Aries like non-man I jive with, and our energies get along. But the one Aries man in my life I don't fuck with at the moment. I didn't try to be stereotypical as fuck papaya said Taurus and slightly edgy, and my brain instantly went to nose ring. You're right. Send help. Peachy, hi. I hope you're doing well. You know what? No way, Pablo. Stop. You're so quick with it. I love that. I love that so much. Thank you, Pablo. I appreciate you. How are you doing today, by the way? Can I get a special shout out for Pablo, please? Y'all go follow Pablo. He's a pal. And I was recently on his stream talking about some queer shit too, and it was a good old time with Farah and Tyra. Y'all should go watch that VOD if you weren't able to make it, because that was a cool conversation as well. That but also Capricorn men. We're talking shit about Capricorn men, right? Ugh, I don't like Capricorn men. That maxed out spoon meter. I know. I'm thriving on the spoons today. I slept a shit ton last night. I rested today. I hung out with, a friend who might be showing up later, so that was good as well. I also ate good. I made some waffles today with my waffle maker. Shout out JMG for getting my waffle maker off of my wish list. I'm putting that shit to use. Yeah, happy early birthday to both of y'all. I'm so excited for y'all. Thank you, Piss. Oops. Did that still work though? Or did somebody else do the slash one? Either way, it worked. Has a couple random responses, but I'm working on silly art and cool coding things. Hell yeah. I'm doing well today. Today's been a good day so far, and I'm excited. I'm excited for what we got going on tonight here. Very excited. Thank you for asking. We are fine. Yeah. On Pablo channel was so good. Thank you. I am very grateful to have been included on that. And especially with such a fucking power lineup too. I love talking with them. Or show, but it's 3 different responses right now, so we'll see how I get more inspiration. Okay, got you, Pablo. Sounds good. Let's go. Yeah, I'm working on getting them more fluffy. My current batter that I have been making my waffles with, pretty decent. I'm making them from scratch because I'm vegan. So if anyone has any vegan waffle batter recipes that are nice and fluffy, hit me up, because I'm working on the fluff factor at the moment. Yeah, happy early birthdays. About Sagittariuses, I have one Sagittarius in my life. Caggles? I believe Caggles is a Sagittarius, and I love her. I love her so much. I'm not really sure if I have any like Sagittariuses in like my IRL life. I don't know. So I'd say I love them from my experience. But yeah, it was good. Did the crush one? Got you. Well, thank you. They are sexy women in every sign. True. That's a good point. I can't judge any of them negatively. Right. And I feel like a big thing also that people tend to like not really talk about is I feel like rising signs have a lot to do with like people's first impressions of someone, So I feel like rising sign like is definitely should be in the mix of conversation as well. But obviously sun sign is like who you are on the inside, Candlejack, I adore you. I just thought about you because we were just talking shit about Capricorn men, but you're like literally the only Capricorn man that I'm like, I actually fuck with you. Anybody else who's a Capricorn man, I'm so sorry. I'm scared of you. But also that was my long-term ex that it was not good. So I have my own personal bias in that regard. They're gonna be able to just chat one-on-one too. Yeah, no, that was really cool. I'm glad to be a part of it, and like literally if you ever want me on any other time, I'd be down. I could talk for fucking ever about anything. People do those faces. They're so cute. I know, so adorable and wholesome. Peachy, how are you today? And baking soda, I feel like, would make it fluff for pancakes. True. Yeah, I already put like a fucking full tablespoon in. I don't know. Can you is there such thing of overdoing it with baking soda and baking powder? And how it would translate to waffles. Yeah, true. Candle Jack, I hope you're doing well today. I know, I'm sorry, Candle Jack. I hope you're good though. Leo rising. I love Leos. I love like the like I feel like Leos have a forwardness about them that I really respect and like Count Jack ever. Yes, literally. Not me. Yeah. It's me, a Leo. Oh my god, no way. Hell yeah. Good shit. Cancer Sun, Leo Moon, Leo Rising, no fucking way. Hell yeah. No, okay, pause though. I'm a Pisces Sun, Cancer Moon, Libra Rising. So that Pisces Sun, Cancer Moon is really, it really fucking gets me. No complaints though. You know, there is overdoing it. There is overdoing it. Okay, noted. Better than yesterday. Good, Peachy. Even better tomorrow. You will be even another step better tomorrow, even if it's a small itty bitty little step. Proud of you. Proud is, but IDK, at what point you put those things in and it becomes bread? Yeah, baking, waffles would be considered baking, right? I don't know. I feel like waffles goes more into the territory of baking than cooking. I feel like there's so many ways to fuck up baking. As soon as baking powder and baking soda is involved, I'm like, it's baking. Makes you feel better. I hear it often. I'm convinced there's a small group of Capricorns just ruining it for the rest of us. There are, bestie. There are. I'm sorry you have to go against the grain with that. Leo Sun, Scorpio Moon, Libra Rising. Okay, Libra Rising. I see you. I'm Cancer Sun, Virgo Moon, Cancer Rising. My emotions are the worst. Felt that. Love that Virgo Moon though. Sag Sun and Moon, Virgo Rising. Okay. Really is rising. I fucking bet. I absolutely bet. I'm a Cancer Sun, Taurus Moon, Cancer Rising, so I'm gonna cry, but I'll look good doing it. You absolutely will, bestie. Aries Sun, Aquarius Moon. Wait, am I tripping? Is Cagley an Aquarius or a Sagittarius? I feel like Cagley is a Sag, but I feel like I get those two mixed up sometimes. Thank you for the follow. I hope you're doing well. Luna, happy gay time. How are you? Luna, look at, I put y'all's usernames in my title. Y'all's usernames look so cute next to each other. They're both purple. Also, I'm so sorry. I have like a little bit of like tiny bit of congestion in my throat. So if you hear that throughout tonight, I'm so fucking sorry. I should probably make some tea. I think it's my allergies. I took my allergy pill far too late today. Far too late. Foaming up. Good. Yes, foam up into my hand. I'll catch it. Oh, fuck. Apparently the vast majority of Cancer men are shit. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I don't think I've had many like intimate interactions with like Cancer men. So, to my knowledge, I don't know. Thank you for the hydrate. Everyone drink water. Cheers, queers. Which is a reminder, water, food, meds. Break if you need it. Pisces Sun with Aquarius Moon. Pisces Rising. Damn, shawty. It's just what I see from every corner of the internet. Got you, yeah. I've heard that too, around the interwebs. That about Cancer men, but the ones I know are amazing. Aw, I'm wet. You're what? I'm sorry. Me too. I mean, is a Cancer man, and he's the most in touch with his emotions man I've ever met. You know what? I've heard I don't know what to call it, but like a stance on like astrological signs to where there's, I forget what they called it, but there's like for lack of a better word, they use a different word, like mature and immature. Like developed and undeveloped. These are incorrect words. These are not the words that this person said, but it was like a difference in mindset of each sign and like it's very clearly one or the other. Whereas like if a Pisces, I'm going to use me for an example, a Pisces who maybe is super big on maybe perhaps like I feel like a big stereotype of Pisces is like they get in their own head and they like play. I hear that Pisces play victim all the fucking time, and I'm like, shut up. But like Pisces who maybe plays victim a lot, or like gets really wrapped up in their head with their emotions instead of embracing them and really like speaking out about their emotions, you know, like that kind of contrast, you know. Fuck, I can't remember the words. If I find the TikTok again, I'll send it in the Discord. Ugh. I'm a Virgo sun, Aquarius moon, and Libra rising. Let's go Libra rising. Welcome in, Peony. How you doing? Seem to surround myself with Libras. Got you. Libras are great. I love me some Libras. My sister's a Libra sun, and I'm a Libra rising. Thank you, Punkish. Those are my rules for anyone who's new here. I just end up being one for real. Yeah, literally. All the Aquarius moons in chat. Oh my god. Y'all want to talk about gender? Calling all fuck, calling all hot queers who question their gender. Raise your hand. Raise your hand. Good news. Anyone who questions their gender, pretty fucking hot in my books. Anybody else question the gender? Throughout tonight, excuse me, I would love to talk gender. Thank you, Peachy. Kamakani, welcome in. I hope you're doing well. Throughout tonight, specifically whenever I get into call with my good friends Faye and Luna, y'all can submit questions. Thank you for the follow. I hope you're doing well. Y'all can submit questions or topics that you would like us to talk about. I plan on getting in call with them soon. And I'm going to talk a little bit about like myself and just kind of like my perspective on gender and things, and then we're going to get into call with them. Both high as fuck, yeah. And then we're going to get into call with them, and whenever I'm in call with them a little bit later, we'll be talking through the questions and topics that y'all submit. But feel free to use that form. It's also pinned. And also tonight, anything that is tipped through my Stream Elements tipping page will be split between Faye and Luna, okay? During this chat, or Big Bear will fuck you up. Exactly. Thank you, Peachy. Thank you for that reminder. If you make fun of gender, or if you make fun of pronouns, etc., none of that will pass the vibe check here, so you will be booted immediately. So don't even fucking try. Thank you, Piss. Please read that. Show yourself out if you know that pisses you off. Goodbye. Or raise your hand and we'll ban you. Check this VOD when it's said because I don't want to miss the gender test. But do you gotta go? No worries if you gotta go. Really late here. Yeah, please go take care of yourself, okay? Yeah, the VOD will be up here on Twitch for, what is it, 60 days, 30 days? And then I'll be posting it on my YouTube. Here's the YouTube. Then I'll be posting on my YouTube. And I already have a few VODs from the past where we've talked about gender in the past. We've talked about just queerness in the chat, or in the past. We've done a few talks like this before, and I love doing them, so here we are again. Enjoy your lyric. Raise those hands so we can disrespectfully show you the door. Exactly. Thank you, Luna. I know we were just raising hands for questioning gender, but now if that message that pisses you off, now you can raise your hand and we'll show you the door. Rest is so important, yes. Pie song. I know, the song makes me think of Cagley. We've been talking about Cagley a little bit as well. But I can't remember if they are a Sagittarius or an Aquarius. I feel like she's a Sag. Follow your Twitter and make fan art. Oh my god, that'd be so sweet of you. I appreciate that. Welcome in, Kai. Now, Dragon, hi, what's good? I think I'm gonna go ahead and switch playlists because I love this playlist, but I simply need stuff without lyrics to focus my brain. You feel me? I'm your bitch. I kind of want to play this one, and then I'm gonna switch to a different playlist whenever we get into call with Luna and Faye. Wait. Let me just pronoun check. Punkish, thank you for the pronoun check. If y'all feel comfortable, please send your pronouns in chat. Please only share your actual pronouns, no joking pronouns. If you send joking pronouns, we will simply ban you. That is not okay here. It's not okay anywhere, in my opinion. This is also a safe place to try new pronouns if you're feeling it. My pronouns are they, he, and she, and I like my pronouns interchanged often. What are yours? What are your pronouns? She, her for Tay, she, her for Faye. That rhymed. He, him for dragon, he, she for piss. Thank you, Faye. That is the lovely pronouns extension. If you are on browser and want to, you can download the extension and set your pronouns, and you will also be able to see everyone else's pronouns who has them set in chat. It's super great. I love it very much. He, they for Dark Trash Panda, she, her, and they, them for Kai. He, him for Pablo. They, them for Kamakani. She, her for Ain't. Ain't, I hope you're doing well. Good to see y'all. Thank you for your pronouns. I appreciate it. And again, this will always be a safe place to try new pronouns. That's a very important thing to me. Yeah. Thank you, thank you, thank you. They, them, sometimes he for Luna. Thank you, Luna. Hi, Ain't. How you feeling? How you feeling? Also, I have Gatorade. I have Gatorade in this. I have Gatorade. I have Haterade. Should we talk about gender? Should we talk about gender or something? Did y'all come here to hear me and some friends talk about gender? Gatorade, exactly. Gotta fuel up. It's the last few days of Pride. It's the last few days of Pride. I gotta fuel up on my Gatorade. I gotta. So good. But isn't gender such an interesting thing? Such an interesting concept. I came prepared today. I took some notes that I wanted to make sure that I talked about, mainly for whenever I'm in call with Faye and Luna. You can copy and paste that into Google, Lord. You can copy and paste that right into Google. Anyways, thank you, Dragon. Isn't gender such an interesting thing? I feel like time and time again, whenever we talk about gender, I feel like it's just a reminder that we should talk about piss, thank you. I appreciate it. That we should talk about how fluid gender can be and how there's no fucking rules to gender, and gender is something that is to each their own, and it is an expression, you know? And I feel like these types of streams serve as a good reminder to me, because I still find myself kind of like struggling with that and like wanting to push myself into boxes, but it doesn't have to be that way. Who watches you, she said, you were live, so I came. Hell yeah, Kai. Happy to have you. Happy to have you. And all other chat pals I haven't met yet. Truth, yeah. Who did it? Peachy, thank you for donating $1.52. Small, but we start the ball rolling. Thank you for getting the ball rolling. I appreciate it. All tips tonight are going towards Faye and Luna. I'm splitting all of the tips. Even though they're going towards my Stream Elements tipping page, I will be splitting them and giving them to Luna and Faye after stream. Let me move that, because it's getting a little, what's it called? A little overlapped already. Which one is it? I'm gonna get rid of this flag for now. Just for now. There we go. Thank you, Peachy. I appreciate it. It would be really cool if we hit 200 so that each of them could have 100. That's the goal for tonight. That would be amazing. Also, just a heads up, there's an ad starting in a minute. If you get an ad, it'll only be 30 seconds long though, and I'll shut up during the ad so nobody misses anything. But gender is such an interesting thing, and it can be a very big struggle to figure out where you fall in the gender spectrum, which gender is a spectrum. But it's also freeing to me to remind myself that it is a spectrum, and it is okay to ebb and flow like throughout the spectrum. I don't have to minimize myself to one end of the spectrum or the other or somewhere in between. And I feel like one thing I've been struggling with lately is kind of like, and just kind of always, is clothing and hair and that type of outward expression, to where I need to be comfortable in my skin, but sometimes a flow will hit me like midday, like mid wearing an outfit. It makes me feel disgusting and not very gender good, not very gender comfy, you know. And it feels like I need to change like immediately. But that's on God, what's the word? I don't know if I want to say dysmorphia, because I don't think it's at that point where it's dysmorphia, but it's just like gender like discomfort in the immediate state of being, you know. Yeah, I love you so much, Peachy. But that is something that I feel like I'm constantly kind of trying to balance within myself, and also have like backup outfits and comfort outfits. You know how people have like comfort foods and comfort meals? For me, it's like comfort outfits, and like being like having those types of outfits to fall back on and be able to wear whenever I'm feeling any type of gender ick. Oh, the ad is playing. I'm gonna shut up while the ad is playing. 21 seconds, easy. I can shut up for 21 seconds, I guess. But that's something that I kind of have been immediately kind of reminded of in the past little bit, and how comfort outfit wearing nothing but society sexualizes everything. No, Luna, that's actually so wild, because I was thinking in my brain today, what makes me feel, because I was thinking a little bit, you know, about what I wanted to talk about on here, and something I really wanted to talk about was how we express ourselves through like clothing, and like obviously like outwardly in our gender. And I was thinking, when do I truly feel the most like comfortable in my skin? It's when I'm usually it's when I'm wearing very little clothing. And I thought back to any music festival I've ever been to, and quite literally, I love running around basically naked. I love having pasties on my nip nops, and I love wearing G-string thongs and like accessories otherwise. And it's like, people would usually look at that and be like, wow, this person is being very scandalous and whatever. But it's so freeing, and it's like I bear all, and it's a very interesting concept, because also people would normally look at my body and feminize it, you know, whereas in my brain, the way I perceive myself whenever I'm dressing like that at festivals, or whenever it's safe, you know, I have itty bitties. I am very grateful to where I have never felt any like gender dysmorphia with my chest, but like I still bind sometimes, you know. But even just wearing pasties, it feels like my chest is free, and it's such a good feeling. Like feeling just like the air and breeze on my chest, you know, it's a very freeing feeling. And like being able to do that in safe spaces like music festivals, or wherever I'm able to, is extremely freeing. But I feel that heavily, Luna. All black PJs, that too. It's so interesting, because it's usually like one end or the other. Either I'm naked as hell in pasties and a thong, running around, or I'm in a baggy t-shirt and like baggy shorts, you know. It's always it's one end or the other for me, usually. Visually have such an aesthetic, but honestly I feel so much happier and comfy wrapped in a towel or absolutely nothing. I wish it was more acceptable to just exist like that more often. But I love that for you, Luna. A deviant, yes, it's me, sorry. Too much body dysmorphia for naked comfort outside of bed, etc. That's entirely fair and valid. POC like harshly fetishized too. Yeah, queer spaces so accepting of body love is so lovely. I agree, big time, and I feel that heavily as well. And also, with being a POC, especially body hair. A POC, feminine perceived person, body hair. I have not shaved my legs, my armpits, in I don't know how long. And I don't know all the details about this, so I'm only going to speak about what I know. The concept of women removing their body hair, I believe, arose during one of the wars, and they were advertising razors for women to remove basically all of their body hair, and that's how it started. And usually it was white women of money who were able to remove their body hair. So over time, and with a lot of other nuance and other factors, women and people, feminine perceived people with body hair, especially POC, BIPOC people with body hair, were greatly discriminated against with their body hair, and still are to this day. So being in a space where like I feel comfortable enough to not worry about, like, not purposefully try to hide my body hair and like be able to express myself and wear whatever I want, like even if like whatever is showing, like I'm not worried about it, you know. It's very important to have those types of spaces for me, you know. It's very liberating for me. It's very liberating, and I hope everyone is able to experience that type of like body euphoria, like body comfort, even just comfort. It doesn't even have to be euphoria, it could just be comfort. I hope everyone is able to experience that in their own way. Pride over the weekend, nice. I could cry with how like joyful seeing pals around the city were, knowing it was an accepting space. Yeah, absolutely. It's a very powerful like environment to be in, and I'm so happy that you were able to experience that. It's not gender identity, but my tiny Bible Belt town is having their first drag show in July. Let's go. Can't wait to be around hopefully like-minded people. I hope so too, and I hope you have an amazing time, and I hope it is safe. I hope that nobody fucking bothers y'all. That's so exciting. Bring all the dollar bills. But I agree, drag, not to every single person, is tied to gender identity, but I feel like drag as any sort of art is definitely a form of self-expression, you know, which can be tied to someone's gender identity. But I can't necessarily speak on drag because I'm not a drag artist. But I was thinking about something I had to think about relatively recently for something I was a part of, was if I were to like sit down and have a talk with a celebrity past or present, to like have on my stream or like just talk with, who would it be and why? And literally the only people I could come up with were drag queens, because it's a form of art I've always deeply respected and admired. And I feel like, especially if y'all watched, I believe it was season 13 of RuPaul's Drag Race, Gottmik is a transmasculine person who does high feminine drag. And I think the gender of all of that is absolutely fucking inspiring, and something I would love to pick her brain about. And there are so many also just like in general trans drag queens as well who have been on the show, and just like in general. And I love that. I think that's so cool. My girlfriend has shaved her armpits since like 2019. Hell yeah. Isn't anyone's business but your own. Exactly. It's simple. It's really that simple. It's truly that simple. Yeah, very excited for you, Peachy. Good luck, everyone that has been made to feel a certain way when trying to be just who they are. I agree, Tay. I would just wish it could be that simple to where people would let others express who they are, express the way they want to, and just leave them the fuck alone. But no, it's really not that simple, is it, huh? Being kept super low-key, and email invite only. Good. Super safe, thankfully. Good. I'm really glad they're taking those measures, and I hope you have a fucking blast. Enjoy your lick, Faye. Enjoy your bathroom. Good luck. Good luck in there. Also, how not lovely that is historically. Like, half the clothing items considered for women, i.e. skirts, heels, were worn by men, and then women were like, hey, I could make that work, and then men were like, ew, now I don't wanna. It's now gross for any male to wear this. Fuck off. Yeah. Imagine acting like that. Imagine acting like that. Imagine acting like... That just gives, like, itty-bitty little boy temper tantrum vibes. That's embarrassing. No offense, but that's embarrassing for them. Yikes. But exactly, that too, that's something I feel like I could talk about for a while, is gendered clothing. Like, it makes me so angry. It makes me so fucking angry. And like, we can go into this a lot with like inclusivity in like sizing as well as gender, but it's like gender has no fucking, or clothing has no fucking gender. Clothing has no fucking gender. Like obviously, yes, like sure, maybe certain like measurements, this, that, and whatever, but then you can categorize that a different way. You can categorize it using any other term. Are you, dude? Exactly. Gottmik, even though I probably spelled that wrong, I think you got it right. I also love Gottmik. Gottmik is fucking great. If you don't follow her on Instagram, highly recommend. The makeup looks are wild. Just ignore when women started wearing pants. Tay, please. We should all be Winnie the Poohing it around here. I agree. Yeah. To me, but full offense if you're that hurt someone over someone else's choice to feel comfy in themselves. Yeah, it's it's nasty. It's disgusting. Like that makes me allergic to cisgender straight men. Yeah. Imagine pants optional. just amazing, so valid, so wonderful, so gorgeous. But hold on. But anyways, one thing that I'm looking for, oh wow, so many thoughts in my brain. Wow, I really wish my medication was working right now. One thing that I'm looking for, and if any of my non-binary friends have any suggestions, I am all ears. I'm looking for swim trunks. Comfortable swim trunks, please. I've tried some out, like just like Walmart ones in the men's section, and they're just not it. So if y'all have any suggestions, please hit my line. Ew, cringe. I don't know why I just said that. But I'm looking for some of those. And I think that's the main one. But also on the topic of growing up when try on boy trunks, I would feel so damn good. Tay, I grew up wearing, like swimming, I grew up wearing board shorts and like a board shirt for as long as I could. And I told this story last time we talked about gender, so I'm gonna kind of like quickly go through it so I don't cry my eyes out. Welcome back, Faye. Whenever I was a kid, we lived in Hawaii. I was born in Hawaii, and we lived there until I was in 6th grade. We moved to the East Coast of the U.S. whenever I was in 6th grade. I wore board shorts and board shirt while swimming all the time. That's what I was comfortable with. I also grew up coining myself as a tomboy, but we'll get into that. And whenever we moved, keep in mind, I was only in 6th grade. So how old are you in 6th grade? Like 11 years old? I don't know. And we were having like a pool party with some family friends, and I remember going up to my room after like getting home from a play date or something, going up to my room to change into my board shorts and board shirt, and my mom took them, and I don't know what she did with them, but she got rid of them, and she laid out on my bed like a 2-piece swimsuit. And I feel like that in that point in time, like that, like I was so mad. Like at the time I didn't know the emotions I was feeling, but I remember putting on that swimsuit and like first of all, seeing my tan line from my board shorts fully showing, since I was wearing the 2-piece now, and just being so uncomfortable in my body. And like I went down the stairs and I looked out the window at the pool of everyone. This is so dramatic, but like I looked out of the window of everyone in the pool, and like I couldn't go out into the pool, so I went up into my room and I did not go out into the pool. I never had my board shorts ever since, which is so unfortunate. You said identify as a tomboy femme when I cared about boxers to fit in. Yeah. Find your perfect trunks. Thank you. I know that we're coming full circle. I'm searching for my perfect trunks of her to do. Yeah. So rude. I don't know. Imagine giving your 6th grade daughter, like taking away their swim trunks and putting a 2-piece swimsuit. I don't know. It's extremely like icky to me. I hate it. The fitness shorts, they are made from the same similar materials as swim clothes and when I don't want to wear bikini, I wear swim fitness shorts. Huh. No, yeah, the netting was what was kind of like throwing me off with the board short, or like the men's swim shorts. I'll have to look into that. Luna, if you have like a specific brand, can you send it to me? Enjoy dinner, piss, whatever it ends up being. Whatever it ends up being. Who are AFAB? Thank you. I'm gonna make a note of those, that both and apparel. Swim trunks. Thank you. I appreciate it very much. Policing what your child wears when it's not hurting anyone and it makes them happy. Yeah. That hurts. That hurts real bad. Don't do that. If you are a parent listening, or if you plan on having kids ever, please don't do that. That really fucked with my brain. And again, like in the moment, like I look back and I try to remember what I was feeling in the moment. I wasn't sure what I was feeling, but I remember feeling uncomfortable and like sad and like confused. Like I feel like the main underlying emotion was confusion. Like why would my mom take that away? Why is it not okay for me to wear something that makes me comfortable and happy, you know? Had them for like 4 years. I got them from Walmart. Okay, hell yeah. We love a Walmart find. They also have binding tank tops if that's up your alley. Noted. Thank you. I have not really been one to like super duper bind. Like I have itty bitties, so like a regular sports bra usually does the trick, but I might try that out. Thank you, Peachy. I sometimes do tape, like I have tape on today. Feels pretty good. Like stop policing their clothes. Yeah. Yeah. It's weird. But I was also gonna say, wow, I'm really glad I remembered, but something that has brought me like more comfort, I've actually been using these for like a year now. Something that has brought me more comfort whenever I get my period is I use period underwear now, like period underwear and period boxers instead of regular like period products. And I will say that should be hitting. Like I think they're great, and you just throw them in the wash after your cycle. I have 4 pairs, and 4 pairs gets me through an entire cycle. They're great. I love them. I've had them for like a year now and haven't had any issues with them. But that has been very good in the brain department for periods. Work well. I haven't tried because I'm scared of leak. Let me see if I can bring up the pair, like the set that I got. I got 2 different ones. But yes, they work well. And also there's different options for like thickness, but basically for me it's like 1 pair. I go through 1 pair a day. Like I'll wear one pretty much all day, and it's perfect. And also it's kind of like, it doesn't feel like a pad, but it kind of feels like a pad whenever it's time to change it. It does kind of feel like a pad. Like you will notice like it's a little thicker, you know. Period. Oh. Ew, we don't fuck with her anymore. I don't think the period girl. I can't remember why. Okay, I'm gonna send you all a link in chat. Here is the set of 3 that I bought, and also for heavier days, I got 1 pair of these. I'm not gonna show it on stream because I don't want to accidentally dox myself. But those are the 2, like the set of 3 and then the 1 for heavier days. That is what I have, and it's like I've had them for a year. I have 1 period a month, and they are great. I like them a lot. Yeah, of course. One of my diapers are so comfy and they work. Oh, you know what? Peachy, whatever works for you, baby. Gonna throw it out there, but that adult diapers, especially the Always brand ones, are so soft and comfy for period sleeps. Hell yeah, Peachy. Good shit. Literally, whatever works for you, you know? Whatever makes you comfy and happy, you know? But they've always worked well for me. And I think those ones have different like thicknesses and options for that. If not, I know that other ones exist that offer like different like heaviness. Any issues with leaks? No, but also like I am pretty on top of changing them. Like I swap them out like pretty much once a day. I feel like if I were to push it more than once a day, then then I would probably have some leakage. Also, I would say I have like a medium period. Like on my first day I would say medium heavy, but like usually like medium. Like for example, whenever I used to use tampons, I would use what is the one above medium? Super? I would use one, like, no, there's one between medium and super, right? Tampons? 5 tampons, what the fuck I need? Yeah, it works really well. Stop. That sounds so comfy, yeah. Especially if you are having cramps, because they don't any pressure on you, I find. I love that. I am definitely someone who experiences period cramps and discomfort, so love that. I find that pretty much the same with the period underwear that I use. But anyways, whenever I used to use tampons, I used like a super tampon my first day, like only one usually, and then I would switch to mediums for like 2 days, and then I would go to light for however long. So that's my period, and I swapped my underwear like once a day for period underwear, and it works for me. Highly recommend. But yeah, in the gender department in my brain, using period underwear has helped me a lot with that. Comfort is the most important, and it's good to know. Exactly. Also, like, for accessibility too, for more diversity in products, I feel like that's good to know as well, you know. On comfort. Yeah. Would never make fun of you. Never ever forever ever. But that's on clothing. How are we feeling? Y'all feeling okay? Should we take a deep breath? We haven't taken a deep breath yet today, and I feel like those are really important for these streams. Let's take a deep breath. Let's breathe out through the mouth. In through the nose. And out through the mouth. Good one. Hi Nick, I hope you're doing well. Real talk, accessibility. A lot of period underwear aren't available in bigger sizes, but adult diapers are. Noted. Thank you for saying that. I was unaware of that, and now I am. Thank you for talking about that. Peachy, thank you for the hydrate. Everyone drink water. Cheers, queers. Delicious. Yeah, thank you. God, that's kind of shitty. But I'm glad adult diapers are available in more accessible sizes. There was something else that came up in my brain earlier that I wanted to talk about, but it didn't have anything to do with clothing, so I hushed up for a moment. Should we talk about I did want to talk about kind of my gender journey quickly before I get into call with Luna and Faye. But what I was just talking about was kind of something that has been on my mind, like, as of immediately. But those of you who have been here for a long time probably already know most of my situation. But gender is a fucking journey, right? Gender is a fucking journey, and I feel like I'm discovering more things about myself and the way I want to express and just who I am, like, every single fucking day, you know, and that involves my gender. And, you know, basically my entire journey of exploring my gender has happened while streaming. I've been streaming for a little over 2.5 years, and during that time I've gotten more comfortable in exploring and learning about myself, and I'm so fucking grateful to have this space to be able to like, learn and be able to express safely, you know. But in thinking about things and feelings and gender, I feel like the biggest thing I have come to accept within myself, and I touched on this very briefly at the beginning-ish of stream, but gender for me is so extremely fucking fluid, and a lot of times I need to remind myself that, like, it's okay. I'm already getting emotional, fuck. It's okay to, like, feel one thing one day and maybe dip into another thing the next day, or even within the same fucking day. Like, I feel like sometimes thank you for the follow, I hope you're doing well. Sometimes I feel like I need to stick to one thing, and it would be too shocking or too much of a big change if I were to dip heavily into another, like, one side of the spectrum. But it's okay to do that. And I feel like when I say shocking, I mean shocking to myself. Like, I feel like I might be in my head about that type of thing, you know? But gender is so fucking fluid, and recently it's been embracing that fluidity in my life, in my gender, in my sexuality, just in my queerness in general, and, you know, exploring that and finding comfort in that in whatever way that may come up, in expression, in conversation, in labels. Like, you know, like, I don't know, I'm sure y'all have noticed in the past, like, months, year, maybe more so months than year, I refer to myself more so as a boy than a girl. Like, what's an example? I'm a silly, goofy little guy instead of a silly, goofy little girl, you know? And even still, I try not to use that language for other people because obviously it's gendered language, but whenever I say things like that, it's usually about myself. But even in saying those words doesn't mean I'm one or the other. And oh my God, I should have got out my poetry book for this. I have a poetry book. Fuck, I'll have to post a picture of it in the Discord. But it's by a non-binary author, a non-binary Black author. And one thing that they say in one of their poems is, hold on, let me picture this in my brain so I don't fuck it up. While being neither, I am also both. And let that fucking sink in for a second, any of my other non-binary people. While being neither, I am also both. And that shit hits me so hard because I identify with that. And if that resonates, it resonates. But if it doesn't, like, let that shit go. I resonate with that heavily. That author when you can. I think it's on my bookshelf. Give me just 1 second. Yep. Here you go. Screenshot. She Left, They Stayed by M. Simone. Screenshot. I can also post this in the Discord if y'all want. But so many, like, literally, I'm not even halfway through because each one of these poems hits so heavily that I need like a moment to digest every single one of these poems because they're all so fucking good. They're all so good. Yeah, of course. Let me see if I can find one for y'all. Wow. I'm gonna cry. There's no way I just flipped to the page of the poem that I just referenced. Obviously I have a sticky note, but I have multiple sticky notes in here. I just flipped to the I'm gonna read it for y'all. I'm gonna read it for you. Carrying the weight of this feminine coat with genderless desires, collecting she's in my misgender's tote, begging masculinity to keep me afloat while most quote basic dictionary notes and promote gender roles that hold me by the throat. While being neither, I am also both. Don't be provoked by the murder they wrote. I could scream. Mo, thank you for the heart. I hope you're doing well. I could scream. It's so good. But yeah, there's so many good ones in here. So beautiful. Highly recommend. I believe the only place they currently sell their I don't want to speak like only, but whenever I discovered this poet on TikTok, by the way, which is awesome. I follow them on TikTok, and at the time, the only place they were selling their poetry book was on Amazon, which, but you know, accessibility. I'm sure now they probably have it elsewhere, but I just ordered it off of Amazon. So good, so good. But that is something that resonates with me heavily by being, while being neither, I'm also both. And I do heavily feel like, another thing, okay, it still goes into this, but kind of veering off slightly. Another thing I have, like, accepted within myself, I'm trying not to cry because I did this really cute eyeliner today. It's like orange and pink. I love it. You can barely see it with my glasses on, but another thing that I'm trying to, like, that I have kind of like accepted, but also like still trying to, I've accepted, but I'm still trying to get to the point of embracing, you know, is even though I am an AFAB person who is now trans non-binary and I don't identify as a woman, that doesn't mean I have to completely let go of womanhood. I feel like there are so many like beautiful things. Thank you, Luna. There are so many beautiful things about womanhood that is not necessarily tied to being a woman. It's the energy, it's the comfort, it's the just feminine like power, you know, the community, the just love, you know. And I feel like for like initially I feel like I felt like like that's something that I'm gonna have to let go of. Like I'm not a woman, so why would I try to hold on to womanhood in that light, you know? But that's not the case. There's literally, well, I shouldn't say there's no, but no. This is so unfortunate because there are people who gatekeep womanhood. I was gonna say there's nobody actually gatekeeping womanhood, but there are, unfortunately. But like, nobody in that space is going to, like, in their right mind, like, shut you out, you know? And it's like not a community where people are going to, like, you know, real talk, I would probably have an easier time identifying less with what I was born as if the male space was as accepting as the female space. Yep. Re-fucking tweet, Tay. But on the real, like, I love womanhood and I still very much, like, want to be able to still embrace that side of me while also recognizing that I am not a woman, and that, but just because I am not a woman should not fully cut me off from this space that I love, you know, and I still relate to and I still want to be a part of, you know. Within all, yeah. One's gender identity. Fucking preach, Luna. Fucking preach. I feel this so much. Yeah. Thank you, Peachy. It is a feeling. Energy from you. Exactly. And what Luna said too, like feminine and masculine energy exists within everyone. Within everyone. And like it just depends how much of each, or the absence of one and the majority of the other, you know, like it's energy. It's nothing else. Probably grew up exactly. Thank you, Mo. Yeah, a space that I grew up in and was societally tied to. The societal expectations were tied to me of womanhood, and like, but also that being said, society expectations and the womanhood I'm talking about are different because society expectations of women don't necessarily line up with womanhood in my eyes, you know. But that's a whole nother thing, baby. Gender roles. Yin and yang, exactly. They want to gatekeep trans people out of womanhood in all kinds of ways. Aren't the women I want to spend time with? Fucking preach, Em. Goddamn preach. You right. Huh. Completely real, yeah. Gender roles. These gender roles got hands, y'all. Fuck. Yeah. On that note, trans women are women, trans men are men. Black trans women exist, black trans men exist, and they are valid. And that's all. That's all, babes. Dinner rules I miss is the straight cis men going to town. Peachy, if I didn't have something very important pinned right now, that your message would be pinned. Your message would be pinned, which I'm gonna go ahead and also direct your attention to the pinned message, but I'm gonna send it in chat. I'm gonna be getting into call with my good friends Luna and Faye very soon, and whenever we're in call a little bit later into stream, we'll be answering any questions y'all have submitted through the form. It doesn't have to be a question. It can just be a topic that you want us to discuss, but you can submit it through there. Or also, if you want to submit your own perspective anonymously, you can do so through there as well. Also, all tips tonight are going to be split between Luna and Faye. I know it's going towards my tipping page, but I'm going to collect them all at the end of stream and divvy them up between Luna and Faye. So, if you wanna, and if y'all wanna tip me, you can come back any other day. Any other day is about me, but today is Faye and Luna, all right? Peachy, I fucking love you. Literally. Fuck. But yeah, fluidity and embracing womanhood again. Whenever I was first kind of feeling out my non-binariness and my transness, I kind of shut out womanhood, you know, and kind of focused on embracing my more masculine side, which I still very much embrace. But it's kind of like relearning how to get into a space where I can embrace womanhood. And it's so interesting. And I was talking to Faye, I believe, about it the other day, about how, like, yes, my pronouns are they, he, and she, but I still more heavily lean towards they, he. But I like a she sprinkled in there every once in a while. And also, like, my two friends that I went to Bonnaroo with recently, they mainly use she pronouns for me, which I am actually fine with, because it's such an interesting thing. And maybe, like, other non-binary people may relate who, like, maybe use other, like, a combination of pronouns, but it's so interesting because it's like they actually bring out my more soft feminine side a lot of the times. And it's so interesting because my soft feminine side does not come out very often, but whenever it does, I do love being referred to with she pronouns, you know. But it's a whole comfort thing. It's like I'm comfortable with them saying that and like primarily using those pronouns for me. But obviously if someone's meeting me for the first time and they immediately assume she, I'm like, oh no, you know. Or like even here, like I prefer people like using a combination of all of them, you know. Or like if they're gonna lean towards any, make sure you lean towards they, you know. Following pronouns form. Yeah, that with the homies, I know. And like it's a beautiful thing to like see that part of me like come out, you know. That I see soft as such a pro-masculine thing, though in some people IDK. Wait, hold on. Is it bad that I see soft as such a pro-masculine thing, though? I don't think I follow, Tay. If you want to try to explain more. Though in some people, IDK, how to explain that? Yeah, it is. Thank you, Dragon. But that is something that I have realized within myself is like sometimes in the presence of other people, whenever I'm feeling a certain type of way, like I'm okay with them primarily or like even solely sometimes using different pronouns to where other, like literally in any other case I would not be okay with that, you know. It's a wild thing to happen in your noggin, but it's something that happens to me, you know. Like for some people when they're soft it feels mask and it feels good. Yes, maybe I don't link it to a feminine identity because my dad was the softie. That's valid. I see what you're saying now. I see what you're saying. Like the general soft energy for you is more masculine than feminine. I feel that. It's interesting because even within myself, I like if I had to choose one or the other, I do feel like my soft side is slightly more feminine. But even in the presence of those friends that I was with, it was like heavily feminine. And I do also see a part of me that is soft masculine. For me, I feel like there's still that kind of like flow, but I feel like for me it's slightly more feminine in certain situations. But I do see where you're coming from, and you're entirely valid in that. Say also hello. Thank you, I appreciate it. I was doing it literally right before stream when I was testing audio with Faye, and I was doing my makeup while we were in call. You can call me a girl or a sis in loving ways and it feels good. Yes. Yep, exactly, Em. Exactly. Like, I feel that. But also, whenever people in general call me boy, that shit hits. That shit fucking hits. Call me buddy. What are other examples? I don't know. Buddy just hits for some reason. Buddy, like in my perspective, is kind of like a more masculine term for like friend. That like in general, I feel like people mostly say, "Oh, I'm gonna go hang out with my buddy," for their like male friends, you know. But I'm like, I want to be a buddy. Sport, yes, sport. That buddy's so cute. Oh, thank you. It's like, I'm not your sis or your girl, which is why wait, for me, it's like, I'm not your sis or your girl, which is why I feel that way. That's entirely valid, Mo. That's entirely valid. As long as you're not an elderly white man. Oh, true. You're right. Where do we land on or champ, JK? So, I have never heard the word slugger, I don't think. You see, I am kind of okay with champ, though. I know you're /JK, but I'm kind of okay with champ. I think champ is kind of... Why was I about to say hot? Don't call me champ in bed or I'll come. I mean, anyways. With some... Yeah, for sure, Peachy. I agree, yeah. Feels like mothers love some... Softness feels more protective like a father's, if that makes sense. Yes, Peachy, I follow on that one for sure. And I agree, like to each their own in softness, for sure. Sport, buddy, that's my boy. Yeah, that's my boy. I'm Skipper, but I think that's kind of local. Got you. See, I don't think I've ever heard Skipper either. Is like a fishing boy. Oh, okay, got you. Call me sweetheart and we're good. Literally any kind of like pet name to me usually feels degrading, like sweetheart, sweetie, hun, sometimes dear, not all the time dear. It feels a little degrading, and I am not in my degradation kink era anymore. Sorry. Sorry. This conversation got /SX quite fast. I apologize. Or you're welcome, wherever your perspective is. Adding that to the bot right now. Okay, good. Are so old-fashioned and I love it so much. Okay, got you. Maybe that's why. I don't know. I'm not familiar with them. Sweetheart, yeah. Anyways, baseball term, I think. Okay, got you. And my mouth right now, please, I swear to God. Good, yes. Feel free. It's one of the options. You can do it. I don't. Is there a cooldown on come? You can all come if you want. Exclamation point come if you want to test Pablo's bot. You know where? Oh my God, please. Or call me if I'm on pet names. Got you, Mo. And I mean, like to each their own, you know. As with what I was saying, like maybe it's an individual thing where like if there's a certain person who's calling you that, it's okay. But whenever everyone else does, it's not okay, you know. When I get called Jim. Oh my God, stop, Pablo. That's so funny. Please. Call me sweetheart or sweetie, period. Yeah, felt. Getting hit with a sweetheart, it grosses me out. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. It feels, for me, I mean, obviously it depends on the context, but more times than not, it feels a little bit degrading to me. It feels a little bit, like, icky. Like, I can't think of a example right now, but, like whenever I was working and I was doing a lot of, like, interactions with the public, you know, I would get called sweetheart, and I wanted to vom. I love the come command. Pablo, it's so good. There's no cooldown, don't worry. Okay, cool. Thank you. Thank you for coming, everyone. Thank you for coming. This is an 18 plus stream, if you didn't know. With the pet names. Exactly. And talking about being perceived, I meant to mention this earlier, but I forgot until just now. I'm glad I remembered. As with literally anything we're talking about tonight, or literally anything ever, to each their own, right? Everyone's gonna have their own boundaries, their own perspectives, their own everything, you know? For me, I have been using the word feminine perceived for me instead of femme presenting, because I still go through and experience a lot of things that feminine people and women experience. However, in my brain, most of the time, I do not see myself as a feminine person. However, that is still how I am perceived. So instead of using the term femme presenting person, I use femme perceived person for myself, and kind of just like in general now when talking about femme people. Weird concept in the brain, but I do not perceive myself as a feminine person. Like 98% of the time, I do not perceive myself as a feminine person. Mess up and they go, no, sweetie, to talk down on you. Exactly. That's a good example. Luna, that's a good example. Like, don't call me sweetie if you're talking down to me. Like, don't call me sweetie, period. But, it's, I feel a lot more comfortable with that term, personally. Never look at, okay, very rude of that person to say that. That makes me angry. I'm so sorry that that person said that. And I'm so sorry that anyone ever made you feel like that. Ew. That's gross. On that note, can we say that non-binary people, there's no rules to being non-binary. There's no like, non-binary people can look so many different ways. There's not one look to non-binary people. Non-binary people do not automatically equal androgynous person. Same with just trans people in general. There's no one look for trans people. There's the concept of passing as a trans person makes me fucking ill. And I was in, I forget her name, but there is this transgender woman who has been on Front Page, which is amazing, for like the past few nights that I've been catching in the wee hours of the night. I think her name is Lexi, but there's something before the Lexi, and she was talking about how the concept of people saying the word fully transitioned and how that is fucking bullshit. And whenever I find this person's Twitch, I'll post it in the Discord. The concept of using the word fully transitioned is so fucking toxic, and it's disgusting, because I feel like the same people who use the term fully transitioned, they're referring to surgeries and medical procedures and treatments of that sort, and that is so close-minded and so inaccessible, and honestly a little bit ableist, and obviously like transphobic. Because I forget the stat that she said, but I'm pretty sure she said something, I shouldn't say a number, but a very small percentage of trans people, a very, very small percentage of trans people actually pursue and get surgeries and medical procedures. Very few percentage of all of us. So that is invalid to use whether someone has had surgeries or not, as a sense of completion of their trans. Why was I about to say transformation? We're not Transformers. their like trans journey. What is the word I'm looking for? And classes, yes, because medical procedures are expensive. Yes, is a journey. I don't feel like there's an end to it. That too. Like, I don't think there will transition. The word I was looking for was transition. Like, at least for me, I don't think there will ever be, like, I don't see an end. I'm learning new things about myself every fucking day. How can there be an end? It's so gross. Yeah. Freedom, please bring gender nonconforming is it for me. And then those that get surgery, there's done where even that doesn't feel right is a huge struggle that links to depression, and it's heartbreaking. Absolutely. Let me scroll up for a second. Fuck. About being non-binary, true, Mo. Non-binary don't owe you androgyny. Exactly. And then those that get, I already read that. Gender affirming care doesn't align with my personal gender journey, and that doesn't invalidate my identity. Exactly. And then okay. Last few things that I'm gonna say before I'm gonna take a quick break, and then we're gonna get in call with Luna and Faye. Something that I struggled with getting like comfortable with using the label transgender for myself was I knew, especially on the internet, that people were gonna come at me and be like, well, are you transitioning to be a man? Or what? You're trans non-binary? What does that mean? You're either one or the other. And I'm sorry, I don't know why I went into that accent, but you're going well, NYC, welcome in. Like, something that I had to get over was I do not identify as a man. I am non-binary, and in being non-binary, I also identify with being trans, but that shouldn't push me into transitioning into a man. But like, I simply don't have the energy to explain that to people, and I simply don't because I don't owe anyone that explanation. I don't. And also, on that note, not all non-binary people identify as trans, and that's okay. That's their own journey. That is the way that they identify. Me, however, as a non-binary person, I do identify with being transgender, and that is part of who I am. But yeah. That's something that I had to kind of like get over to be able to like kind of accept within myself, you know? Because that's confusing. Did you not hear a word that I just said? Or would you mind perhaps minimizing it down to one question that I can answer for you? Perhaps. Or also we have the Google form you can fill out. Perhaps. Thank you, Dragon. Those are my rules for anyone who might be new here. Thank you. And thank you, Luna. There's the AMA form. But yeah, for anyone who doesn't know, I identify as non-binary, trans, gender fluid in the gender department. That is how I identify. How can you be transgender but also non-binary? I simply am. I'm non-binary in the fact that I do not necessarily subscribe myself to the binaries of gender as well as the binaries of societal expectations for the gender binary, you know? And I'm transgender because I do not identify with the sex I was assigned with at birth. I do not identify as a female. It's quite simple, honestly. Absolutely free to put your questions into that moderated Google form. Thank you, Faye. It's quite simple. And actually, I'm going to, well said, thank you. I'm also going to give a little shout out to Faye, because whenever I was exploring that within myself and I was a little confused and needing a little reassurance, I like went to Faye and I was like, I think I'm transgender. And she, I'm trying to remember exactly what you said, Faye. I don't want to misquote you while you're here. How embarrassing would that be? But you said something along the lines of, like, babes, you're already non-binary. Look at yourself. You're already non-binary. You don't identify. You are not a woman. You are non-binary. And that was very validating to me. You were like, non-binary for some people can fall under the umbrella of transgender. Because being transgender is a big umbrella, as well as like anything. Gender is a big fucking umbrella. But that helped me a lot. Something like that. Yeah, surely something like that. But whatever it was that you said was something along those lines, and it helped me a lot. It's iconic. I know. Super great explanation. Cool. Thank you. Thank y'all. Thank you very much. Thank you. Pat on my back is an umbrella term. Yes, thank you. That was probably what you said, was the umbrella term. And you were like, babes, come on now, be real with yourself. I feel like we all need a friend like that. Okay. Particularly because when something is objective, it's simple to understand. Yep. And someone's personal identity is truly objective, if that makes sense. Yep, it makes sense. It's all subjective to each person's personal experience. Exactly. And also, like, we use these labels, we use these terms as a way to communicate to each other, like, who we are as a person, right? Also, hi, Kate, how you doing? To communicate to people what we are, you know, who we are as a person and whatnot. And I feel like some people find a lot of power whenever they find labels that they can get behind, right? Whereas other people might feel a little restricted and a little put into a box with labels. And for me, it's like, yes, I use these labels. However, these labels don't fully encompass me. That's why I use so fucking many. That's why I use so many. Because it's like these labels don't fully encompass who I am, but they are what people recognize and what people can relate to, you know, for who I am, you know. And also on that note, just because I use a label does not mean my same definition of the label is the same for every single person out there that also uses that label. Specifically, like, that applies to pretty much any label in my opinion, but specifically things like bisexuality and pansexuality. I feel like there's a lot of overlap, and with that there is a lot of individuality to each definition, in my opinion. To using many labels, yeah. I'm like, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and that's entirely okay. There's no limit. The limit does not exist. There's an ad that's gonna play very soon, and I think I'm gonna go ahead and take a break during this ad. I'm gonna go pissy-wissy. I'm gonna fill up my water, maybe get more Gatorade, and when I come back, we're gonna get into call with Faye and Luna, okay? If y'all also need to get water, get a snack, stretch, shake your ass, whatever you want to do. I'll play a nice song for you while we're doing this. Oh, I know what song I want to play. Gender. If I can find it. Oh, this is such a good song. Okay, add to queue. Pull up hungers and piss cutely. Good, as you should. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna give y'all, do I have chair time on this one? I do. I'll be right back. Enjoy the song. I'm gonna put it on repeat while we're taking a break. Hold my hand, please. I would love to. All right, I'll be RB. Isn't this song so good? Thanks. I'm gonna switch my AirPod really quickly. Welcome back. Thank you. It is a goodie, isn't it? Are y'all excited to get into call with Luna and Faye? Because I'm so fucking excited. Get your Gatorade? I did. I refilled my Gatorade and I refilled my water and I pissy wissied. Did y'all have a good pissy wissy if you also pissy wissied? Did I have any piss buddies? Bye, chair time. Okay. I'm so excited. Oh, I love this song too. What your flavor of choice? The blue one. Blue Gatorade. I get the big like tub of powdered Gatorade and I add it to water because it saves plastic and it's cheaper. My desk is not going up and down the way it's supposed to. Oh. I think I need to restart my desk, but it's okay. We'll stay at this level for this stream. You have at least one piss buddy. But I leave it. Yeah, leave it. I am piss buddy. Oh my god, I'm honored to hear you all together. Yeah, me too, Luna. Oh my god. Light blue or dark blue? Light blue. Both the blues. I also love both the blues. Aren't upping like it used. I know. I think I just need to like unplug my desk and plug it back in and like restart it. It's okay. We all need a break sometimes, you know. Okay, y'all. I'm gonna switch over here. A few less things. And this is a reminder, throughout our conversation, you are welcome to submit any questions or topics that you want us to talk about through the Google form. It is anonymous and also moderated. And we will talk about it kind of closer towards the end of stream. As well as if you want to tip during this stream, everything that's tipped tonight is going towards Faye and Luna. I know it says my tipping page, but I am taking the money, I am splitting it, and I'm giving it to them with their preferred payment method so I can get it to them as fast as possible. Thank you for the Plus Ultra Hydrate. Everyone, grab your water. If you don't have water, what are you doing? You can't be a hot queer if you're dehydrated. Cheers. We're gonna chug for a second. I'm increasing the volume of my music so you don't hear me chug. Enjoy your lurk tay. Desk break. Exactly, yeah. The best one. I know, right? An overheated queer if you don't hydrate. Exactly. Exactly. I'm also gonna change the playlist. We're changing the vibes. Welcome to Cozy Coffee Shop playlist on Spotify. Also, oh, this is not what I wanted. This is what I wanted. Luna and Faye, are y'all ready? Let me know whenever I get into call with them how they are sounding, okay? Imagine they ignore my call. Hello?
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 Hello,
Hello,
sweet.
lovelies.
Oh, sorry, you reached the voicemail of Faye.
Imagine forwarding
Our
me to
joint
voicemail. Imagine. That would be so rude. Hi, friends. How are you?
Hello.
How you feeling?
Very gender.
Very gender?
Doing
Good.
okay. I already drank all my chai.
Ooh.
A cheeky little $10 dono. Let's go. Trash Panda. Was that Trash
Thank you,
Panda?
friend.
Dark Trash Panda. Thank you for the $10 dono. I appreciate you. Again, everything tonight is going to Faye and Luna. Thank you. Big appreciate. Ignore me. Don't perceive my. Don't perceive that. Don't perceive that.
We're going on a trip, folks.
We're going on a
Vegas
trip.
rock the ship.
Yes.
Why?
I'm gonna use y'all introducing yourselves to test your audio levels. Faye, would you like to start?
Yes. Hello. Hi. I'm Faye. My pronouns are she, her.
Lovely to meet you for the very first time.
It's so great to meet you. This is the first time we've ever spoken.
Wow. Are the vibes vibing or is it just me?
Yeah, it's just you.
Oh my god. Luna, nice to meet you.
Hello, hi, nice to meet you. I'm Luna Cat Gomez. Pronouns they, them, sometimes a cheeky he.
Amazing. How do they sound, y'all? They sound okay?
I think they sound great.
Oh my god, stop. No, you.
They sound amazing.
Oh my god, Tay. An absolute fucking superstar.
Bring your ass here. We're gonna smack it.
Yeah, legally
Tay,
you have
let's
to smack your
go.
ass now. Look what
Yeah.
you've done.
Gotta. Tay, thank you for the 6969. Tay said the vibes are vibing. Hell yeah. Thank you. We're already at 8119 to be exact. Daddy. Thank you, Tay. I appreciate it. Sound perfect. Okay, cool. Thank you all. Thank you. Faye and Luna, happy Pride Month.
Happy
Happy Pride.
Happy gay time.
Y'all.
It's very gay.
It is
This
indeed
month.
quite gay this month, isn't it?
Legally. Like,
Yeah.
mandated.
Right. Any other time, there's no such thing as gay.
Imagine. Enjoy your lurk and work, Tay. How's y'all's Pride Month so far? You been doing anything extra gay or the same gay we are all year? Because the gays don't
I've
disappear after
done
Pride Month. Believe it or not.
nothing particularly gay this month, which is a shame. But I'll just reserve all of my extra gay for next month
Yeah.
to keep it rolling.
Good. Yeah.
Right.
Luna.
Same. Unfortunately, doing Pride Month, I was. Oh wait. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm lying. I lie. I'm. Content warning. I am a chronological liar when it comes to certain things. I made Pride Miss songs. I actually completed some lyrics to Pride Miss songs for meme reasons where they originated from, and then I'm like,
here for that.
fuck it, I'm gonna make them legit, and so I worked on some Pride Miss songs.
I'm so excited for you. Hell yeah.
Thank you.
How's that been? Like entering that type of space and learning and whatnot. Or is this new for you, or like have you been doing it on the side for a bit?
So when it came to music, I make a lot of meme music, and I would just sing and do random things on the spot. And
Love.
I'm like, for a while, it's like, what if I did this seriously? What if I took it seriously? And then I met more people, because I have friends who are already into the music industry, and I met more people that does it. And one person in particular, I really vibed with like their beats and everything, and I like reached out to them on a whim, and they were like, homie, I got you, let's do this. And I'm like, oh fuck yeah, let's go.
Alexandra, thank you for the chat. Let's
This
go.
is huge.
Huge. Thank you,
God.
Alexandra. We're at 9119. Thank you. Everything tipped tonight is going towards Luna and Faye, these lovely people right here that are gracing us with their presence and talking about gender with me tonight. But yeah, go on.
Yeah. So I took a spin on some Christ of Mass songs to spit in their faces and turn them into Pride of His songs.
Love that.
Yeah,
So
Harold
excited
of
for
the
you.
Gay. Yes, Hark
Yeah.
Hear the Gays is my favorite.
I'm so excited to like hear everything you've been like making whenever you're like comfortable and ready to share. But
I'm
that's
always ready.
so exciting.
Thank you.
Yeah. Happy to have y'all here. Very grateful for both of you. I
So
feel like
glad you
also both of these people kind of just like, they're both obviously friends of mine and moderators here, but like truly also on my personal like gender journey, like these two people were like still are very inspiring to me and make me feel very comfortable in like exploring with them and just like having conversations with them. So this is very special. Very, very special. So I have some topics that we can talk through, but as things come up, we can just talk about them. But you know, the topic of the night is gender. The topic of the night is gender, right? So tell me, like, what's your relationship with gender to whatever degree you want to explain, and like when in your life did you kind of realize that maybe I'm not cisgender? You know?
Or you want to go first, Faye?
Sure. I would love to.
Go for it.
So, I had a wild ride. It was great. For a very, very long time, I did not know until what year is it? Damn, about 4 years ago,
Gotcha.
and I did a lot of experimentation, which was lovely.
Love that you were able to
Gotta
do that.
experiment.
Gotta.
And then thought I was non-binary for a while. Still love it, still miss it, but it's just not who I am. Kept exploring, kept trying out more things, looked at a lot of the evidence before me.
Yes.
At some point, when 80% of my audition repertoire were high register femme songs,
Ooh, okay.
that was a lovely clue. Not really. You can sing whatever songs you want, everybody, for your auditions. And just transpose them. But it was very nice. I organically figured out who I was.
I love that.
And now here we are, a trans woman. And now I'm on this back half of the experimentation, which involves medical transitioning and social transitioning has been happening for a couple of years. And then the scariest part was, the big social transition thing, which I'm sure we'll talk about later. But that's the bones of my journey.
Thank you for the bones. And just small touch, and we'll probably talk about it later, but for you, whenever you referred to exploring, what mainly was that for you?
It was mostly internal. So just how I identified with myself. And just how I felt I fit in with the spaces that I was in life.
Gotcha. Yeah. I love that. Luna, tell me about your relationship with gender.
It was a slippery slope.
Oh, yeah. Tell me about that.
So, the whole thing with femme energy and masc energy is a huge thing. Because I presented as both for quite a while, and growing up in my era, it was just like I didn't have enough to talk to about it, especially since now, like, it's more open, but then it was a little more on the quieter hush things. Like, I have, many people in the gay community that's also family members, surprise, but
Yeah.
it was just like, it was hard. Like, it's like, I feel like a boy, but I'm not a boy, and I feel like a girl, but I'm not a girl. And it's just, it wasn't until, everything became more out in the open and there was explorations, and then it was December December 11th, 2017, when I spoke with a trans woman about these thoughts and feelings, and
Wow.
she actually helped me a lot with that, and I didn't feel as alone because no one understands more than someone who is also in the trans community of your relationship with gender. So it's been a fighting battle, and it's hard. There are moments where sometimes it's like, she isn't that bad,
Right, yeah.
but it's I really do vibe with they them a lot, and he does feel good, coming out once in a while,
Yeah, as a
So
little
it's-
treat.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
a very interesting relationship. We're not
Gotcha.
exclusive. Hee hee.
Yeah, for sure. And I feel you so deeply on like feeling like you don't have anyone to talk to and like literally not knowing anyone, I guess, to like even look up to or talk
Right.
to, like I had no one in my immediate life who was gender nonconforming in any way for a very long time. And like literally, I believe until I got more like present on the internet, and then I started building this community, and y'all just started popping up, and I'm like, wow, I needed y'all more than I fucking thought. Like I don't know, having people to talk to is very important, and having that network of support. But also for me, like a big thing was having someone just to look up to, not even necessarily for guidance, but even just from afar, to have someone to see the things that they're doing and the way they're presenting, and like have someone who is like exploring themselves like shamelessly, because I feel like without that I don't know how to act, I don't know how to explore, I don't know what I'm doing with my little body over here. But I'm glad that we all got there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So in terms, I talked a little bit about my like gender like labels. Are there any labels that y'all kind of feel the most attached to when communicating like how you identify?
Personally, no. At this
Yeah.
time, it is subject to change.
Yeah. Always.
But I am also one with attachment and commitment issues, so
Fair
that could be the reason. But
That is so bad.
So valid, yeah.
so when it comes to stuff like this, it's just putting and then having a label, putting a label on something. I don't even like labels on relationships.
Fair.
So to put it like, I've yet to find one that fits.
That's so fair.
But yeah,
Yeah.
that's my thought and feels on it.
Yeah, that's valid. I feel like with labels, like if it resonates, it resonates, and if it doesn't, you don't gotta attach yourself to anything,
Right.
ever.
Label, I mean, in the end, they're words.
Exactly.
And if you don't want them, you can just get rid of them.
Yeah,
But for some people, labels are incredibly helpful.
absolutely.
And for some people, they're not. And
Absolutely.
there are way too many people trying to make the experience just a monolith.
Yeah.
But it isn't. Everybody is going to have a different journey. And like for me, I like labels sometimes. It just helps me mark where I am.
Agreed. I feel that as well as just kind of, like I said earlier, like communicating to other people, like where I'm at type of thing. Like using labels more so kind of like as a communication tool for other people in a way.
That's
but still
very
also
valid.
like a checkpoint for me as well. So which ones do you feel at this checkpoint that you're in your life? Which ones do you feel, Faye?
Yeah. So for first, actually, that first part of the thing that you said, funny enough, has never been my experience, which I
Valid.
love that we have different
Yeah.
experiences. I've never even thought about it with communicating to other people, but that is a very, very solid, just another reason,
Right.
Um,
Yeah.
I'm rocking with trans woman.
Beautiful.
And you know, pansexual is less of an identity for me because I don't think about it that much, but
Yeah.
sometimes things just are. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's where I'm at right now.
I feel that as well. I the topic of sexuality kind of slipped my mind as well with labels. I'm so like in the gender headspace, but I guess yeah, like same with sexuality. Pansexuality is kind of the label that I vibe most with in terms of sexuality. But even sexuality for me can be very fluid, as with my gender. I feel like in terms of gender, I vibe with, you know, trans, non-binary, gender fluid. But is there a sexual fluid? Would the word just be fluid?
Sure.
Yeah.
Who's to say there's not?
Who's to say?
And whose business is it to say that it's not anyway?
It ain't nobody's business, actually.
It
Thank
ain't
you for pointing
nobody's
it out.
business.
Yeah. And I think we had this conversation. I can't remember if this was last Gender Talk or maybe during a stream where I was talking about how, like, as in my experience as a trans non-binary person who is pansexual and I am attracted to anybody really. I also consider myself demisexual, like demi-leaning, to where like physical body doesn't necessarily super come into play with a lot of things. It's more of the person on the inside. But as someone like me who dates and is attracted to like pretty much anyone as long as the vibes are right, labels just sometimes feel to melt away because there's just it gets confusing in my brain, and it's like what they just feel like they melt away, you know, personally in my perspective. So it's been a little freeing kind of just like recognizing that and being like, maybe I'm just fluid across the board, you know.
Oh yeah.
Perhaps. But yeah. Anyways, also Peachy, I love you so much. I'm very grateful that you found us, however you found us here on the internet. But thank you for saying that. But so feeling through like your gender non-conformingness, I'll just say like loosely, you know, how do you feel about kind of like we kind of touched on it with having someone to look up to, but like not necessarily only in the gaming space, but just in general, like how do you feel about like gender non-conforming transgender representation in your life, like in media, in the gaming space and stuff, and whatnot. I know for me, I don't know if it's just I haven't been exposed to like the representation that I'm looking for and that I feel like I need, but a subdivision of all of this that I feel like I could use more of is trans non-binary POC people in media, video games, in spaces where they're being celebrated also. That's something that I feel like I'm constantly craving more of, you know?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. I feel like, I mean, in the queer community, it's gotten so much better. However, it seems like they still try to keep it to just either or when it comes to gender. Especially when it comes to the trans community. When they do put any representation, we have a trans woman, oh, this person is a trans male who is an actor. And it's like, what about those that don't really fit either or? They, you know, it's some days they feel like, oh yes, I am she, he, she, her, they, them, he, him. It's with the non-conforming, it's there, it's just not as is prevalent the right word? I'm saying
Sure.
so much better.
Yeah.
Saying so
Yeah.
much better. Prevalent.
Yeah,
They're not as prevalent as those who in their eyes, as you said, which we all, dislike about it is, oh, they made up their mind and they're fully transitioned, and it's just like, we love to see, I love it. I am so happy that,
Agreed.
the trans community is finally, slowly getting integrated more in the media. Like, I was
Agreed.
watching this show, Glamour. It's really great. It's very cheesy. They have the gay, I have issues with it, but at the same time, it's really cute.
Yeah.
They have a character on there who is non-binary, who
Hell
also
yes.
does drag, who's
Hell
a drag
yes.
queen, and
Okay.
I love that. It's really phenomenal. It's like, well, you know what? I wish they would do more like this outside of Pride Month, and I wish there was more representation for us out there. I mean,
Absolutely.
we love,
Yes.
I mean,
Absolutely.
even though they chose the most twinkiest gay person ever, or rather persona ever, I love the fact that they are, that there's something out there happening, and it touches on a lot of issues where it's about a makeup company. And their thing was they were trying to, they decided, what can we do? They were a big, huge, major brand. And their thing was, oh, we'd be the first biggest brand to do something Pride related for Pride Month.
Okay.
And when they did their whole presentation, when the board came out and did their presentation, and the non-binary person who does drag was there on the panel to vote yes on, we like this, go forward with it. At the end, both the creator of the makeup and the gay guy who was there, who's her assistant, he was like, they went up to the non-binary person. They were like, "Oh, well, what do you think?" And they said, "Well, as a Sagittarius, I can speak my mind." But they said, "I hate it," because, but they did it because money was involved. They were like, we get paid, we have to make our money somewhere. And the thing was, I say that to say that at the end, they felt like, what message are we trying to send? Here she was, the owner of the company, a model who got her start thanks to being around people from the gay community, being a huge ally, and she feels so out of touch, as an ally, and her son being gay, that it's like, what message are you trying to send? Where is the inclusivity? Because the straights are feeling, oh my God, this is for us. And then the queers are like, oh my God, this is for us, but we don't get the message. So I say to say, it's like, if they gave more, we need more representation. We need more of a word, we need more, so that our thoughts, our presence isn't lost in translation, where, oh, well, if you're transgender, how come you haven't transitioned? Or if you're transgender, like, how does it, or like the question of someone from earlier, if you're transgender, how are you non-binary and transgender? And it's like, oh, me.
I just am, believe it or not.
Yeah.
Dang. I feel that. I'm gonna have to check out that show also. What is it on?
It's on Netflix.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I'll have to check that out. Neat. I'll take any representation I can get at this point.
Right. Like I said, Be Prepared is very cheesy. It's very cheesy.
I'm more than okay with that. I'm fine with that. And Kat also said, I one day also want to see a character that is agender like me, that is also black. Absolutely, and there should be multiple people like that in media or in spaces in general that are being highlighted. Hi, Punkish. Wait, the show is called Glamour, right?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, you said it. Thank you. Glamour on Netflix. But Faye, do you have anything to add to that?
I have absolutely nothing to add to that. That was beautiful.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Truly was.
Loved it.
Truly was. And I feel like the big topic of conversation in the queer community, specifically the lesbian community, lately has been the queer ultimatum. And I feel like Oh my gosh, Faye, I forget what show we were watching together. It must have been Love is Blind, because we finished Love is
Probably.
Blind, and then there was an advertisement for the Queer Ultimatum coming up right after it. And I remember when we were finishing that show, I was like, wow, I really wish that there was queer dating shows on big programs like this. And then boom, there was an ad for that.
Right.
Absolutely wild.
That it is still, though, incredibly clear that some cis straight person wrote the Queer Ultimatum, like
100%.
set it all up.
100%. I feel like we can dive more into the Queer Ultimatum, but I feel like in general, like a lot of, like, I feel like that's the case a lot of the times, unfortunately, where queer people are basically written by non-queer people for non-queer consumption most of the time.
Exactly.
And it's like we are not puppets. We are not just entertainment. We are real fucking people.
Yes.
And I do genuinely feel happiness that they're like, this is big representation on a big platform. I think it's great. I think it's a starting point. I feel like there are a lot of notes that hopefully Netflix does take from the queer community. Like, get a fucking queer host for the Queer Ultimatum. What the hell?
Pronouns for the contestants.
Exactly. Pronouns, please.
Guaranteed they did not ask the contestants their pronouns.
No, absolutely not. And surely the list of their pronouns posted to their Instagram after the fact was because the queer community was like, hello, what are we doing here?
Oh, we gonna, oh my god, I have a great idea. What's the idea, Chad? Well, we're gonna have a show, we're gonna make it as gay as possible by having lesbians, and more lesbians. What about their pronouns? Fuck pronouns, let's just do it. They're gonna love it, the gays are gonna go wild. All right, awesome. Queer Ultimatum 2023.
Yeah, Tay made a good point.
The white gays are gonna love this.
Right, literally.
Yeah. I mean, you're right. You got me. I ate that shit up. However, it could have been done way better. But Tay makes a good point. The gender roles were still very much present in the Queer Ultimatum. And I said it once and I'll say it again. The fucking hetero, what is it? The heteronormative just fucking standards are also so present in the Queer Ultimatum as well. And I feel like that is just, I feel like they need to make a show completely separate from any other previous dating show for queer people, honestly. It should be its own fucking thing.
And the Lachey's should not be anywhere near it.
Get them out of here.
God, I hate them.
But like the heteronormativity about like especially I'm not sure if this was the case every single time in every single relationship at the Queer Ultimatum, but it did seem to where the more feminine presenting person in the relationship expected the more masculine person to be providing for the household. I'm like, huh? Why are we having these why are we having these discussions here? But anyways, I think Netflix can do a whole lot better. I'm happy that there is media out there. Oh, also, no spoilies, but they really fucked up on the reunion. I feel like someone who was present should not have been present due to abuse, literal abuse.
Oh, great.
Yeah, so Netflix really dropped the ball there. Really, really badly. Lachey away. Exactly. That's funny. But anyways, is definitely thinking it's just tags like reality, sci-fi, gay. Oh my god, stop. Literally though. Literally. But I love how, I think it was Vanessa called out the host like the very first episode at the very beginning. She was like, so you're not queer? And she's so real for that.
Yeah.
So real for that.
Like any of the contestants would have done a better job producing this than the producers.
Exactly. But has been known to let the Curios go first though in layoffs, so I wasn't anticipating too much. Damn, I did not know that. I'm not surprised though. Shame though. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, I really do wish they involved pronouns though, because like especially with Ozzy, I feel like Ozzy was at least vocally on the show the only one who was like openly questioning their gender, and I just felt so deeply in my heart for Ozzy in that moment whenever Ozzy was like talking about gender and like how Ozzy was feeling one way or another, you know. And I know not everyone here has watched all of it yet, so I don't want to super spoil it, but like I think that was really cool to have like keep that conversation in. Like they could have easily cut that shit out. They could have easily cut it out, but I'm really glad that they kept that conversation in, as well as a lot of conversations that they had on the show, because it felt like a lot of, I don't know, I could talk about the Queer Ultimatum all night, so I'm not going to, but it
Yeah,
did feel...
I also didn't even pay attention during the first episode, so
Yeah,
we'll have to redo that.
We'll have to redo that sometime. It's refreshing though, because I feel like obviously it's unlike any dating show that at least Netflix has ever done, and I feel like it really did show like how, I don't know, it was refreshing for me because they had such real conversations and on such a deep level of like understanding and respect, to where I don't see those conversations happening on heterosexual dating shows like ever, rarely if at all. So it was really refreshing to me to like hear those conversations happening on Netflix, you know. But yeah. Wild. Anyways, representation in media is super important. And also on that topic, actually, not necessarily to do anything with Queer Ultimatum, but I feel like whenever representation is had, a lot of times, on top of it being kind of like hetero washed, a lot of times it can also become whitewashed, especially in like queer consumerism. It can be very whitewashed, and like even Pride, I feel like can sometimes be very whitewashed. In certain like cities and scenarios, it can be very whitewashed, and it's disappointing, I guess, is the feeling that I feel the most. Queer but minorities, exactly, Tay, exactly. Luna, do you have any like feelings or like any experience with that?
It's like the representation. Okay, with representation, it's a lot of misrepresentation. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like you said, it's very cis, watered down, whitewashed, and everything. And it's like, okay, not every gay guy has to have a beat face, wear heels, you know. Not everyone who presents themselves as a masked femme wear butch clothes, you know, or have like short hair or the fuckboy haircut to be like, oh, I'm a mask, you know. So it's like, yes, there are those that do, you know, that have the quote-unquote stereotypical look and vibe, but there are so many of us that don't, especially those of us in the neurospicy community, because there are those of us that don't have a quote-unquote fashion sense, you know what I mean? You know, just putting on something that's comfortable, that feels good, or that like visually it's just visually pleasing, or it gives the brain tingles. And then there are those of us, like you said earlier, it's like clothes. If we could walk around without clothes and be naked, that would be phenomenal, because why is it that I have to wear this girly thing to, you know, showcase my femininity? And those, you know, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, because that's your expression that feels right to you. That also doesn't make you a pick-me, you know. But it's just there are those of us who is like, I can't get down with the, you know, baggy sweatpants and the beanie, and okay, I'm kind of lying, that's really hot, I love that, but at the same time it's like you know, that I'm not feeling that, I need something that's that perfect in between, or that, you know, I'm just a person type of balance. And it's like, it's really it would be nice if the media took the time, had a queer, you know, team from
Right.
a variety of backgrounds, a variety of, mental thoughts, the good and the bad, because there are bigots in our community. There are
Oh,
gatekeepers in our
absolutely.
community. Okay. And yes, many of us would be booing and hissing the fuck out of that villainous character, but at the same time, it is what it is, and they exist too.
Right.
So again, that's just my biggest thing with the media. It's representation with misrepresentation, because there's not enough of us on that team with a voice, both from the Black people of color community, of the queer side of things, and the queer community as a whole, which is also shown in Glamour. I don't want to say anything if anyone who wants to see it,
Not
but
sponsored by Glamour.
that's exactly not sponsored by Glamour. That would be wild.
Imagine.
But it's just people who are from the straight, cisgendered community that wants to present things to the team, bring things to the board, and say, oh my goodness, we go for the queers, like, oh, we're more than just, yes, queen slay all day, every day, and it's just like, what the shit is wrong with you?
Yeah.
Like,
Come on, man. Absolutely. It feels bad. And I feel like with anything, like, to truly do something justice, you have to look the bad in the face and also be able to represent the bad, like the bigots within our community, and like be able to present that, because that is our reality as well. Like, it's not just rainbows and fucking gay shit happening over here. Like, it's like the call is coming from within the house sometimes, and like it's really disappointing. But and also, like, with representation, having people, not only just queers, but queers from different backgrounds, different ethnicities, different upbringings, like, it's so important to get all hands on deck in that aspect to do something like truly justice. And it just doesn't really happen, honestly. The male gaze, it's the hetero gaze. Exactly, Tay. Exactly. But yeah, representation is very important. Speaking of the call coming from within the house, how about that good old bigotry within the queer community, or even the transphobia within the queer community?
It's rough. And one of the modes of thought is that a lot of queer people join in the hatred on trans people because they don't want to be the target. They side with the oppressor to stay out of their sight.
Yep.
Wow, I have not thought about it in that light before. That's really painful.
Yeah, but it is. There is a comforting thought in that thought, which is that they know it's wrong.
They know it's wrong. Wow.
And they are doing it for a selfish reason, but it's also because they're scared.
Yeah.
And I think that is a lot easier to fix than other queers hating on trans people because they refuse to acknowledge our existence.
Yeah.
Yep.
God, that shit hurts. That shit hurts.
One of the biggest spaces in the queer makeup community says it, which is wild, because this person, their thing was they didn't care what pronouns you used for them.
I think I know who you're talking about.
Yeah. I said it a few times when I did the little cough. They were they were like, as long as you did not call them it, that was the biggest thing. It was not, a pronoun for them. But now all of a sudden, as someone from the queer community, the gay community, you think that pronouns are ridiculous. You think it's not a thing. You think it's not real. But yet, but then again, this person was also very problematic throughout their entire career. They're very problematic throughout their career. So it's just it's really wild seeing someone who had okay, keyword had so much influence in the community and opened up so many doors to say something like that. But then again, what
Yeah.
more do we expect from this person, right?
Right.
You know.
It's just so disappointing because such a big face in makeup, you know, and also someone who, you know, like you said, for the longest time was okay with being called he or she, you know, just not it, or like whatever pronouns, just not it. Very disappointing for someone who once was saying things like that and being like quite fluid and representing quite, or like expressing themselves in quite like different non-conventional ways, to all of a sudden flip the switch and say that non-binary people are like, they don't exist and you're either one or the other. That I thought it was fake whenever I was hearing about it, until I saw the video and I was like, damn, like I guess I'm not super surprised, but like it's really just disappointing, you know.
Oh yeah.
And how many people are still gonna like fully support that person anyways, you know?
I
mean,
haven't. I haven't supported them so long because they personally attacked a makeup brand owner that I know,
Really?
who is actually a woman, and this person also has a history of being very violent verbally and even physically towards women, and they trash the brand so badly that the business wasn't booming. But this is when she just started off in everything, but now she's flourishing, she's thriving.
Okay,
She's
good.
doing
You love to
so
see it.
well for herself. Still a small brand, but and even still to this day is trying to recover, because she's doing well for herself, but not as well as she could be,
Right.
because of that moment. Is it okay if I say the name of the brand?
Absolutely.
Oh, very queer friendly Baby Bat Beauty is absolutely amazing. Especially
If you have
you
a
are
link, you can send it in chat if you want.
absolutely.
Yeah.
And for those in the goth community, very goth. Okay.
Love. Hell
So yeah, I love. I'm gonna send it right now.
Yeah, go
But
for it. Also highlights.
she's absolutely a phenomenal person, and Jeffree Star like ruined her
Disgusting.
at some point when she first started. It was terrible, and ever since
that's
then, and then
terrible.
I found out all the other things on top of that about J Star. I'm like, oh no, absolutely not, never again, never.
Yeah, an absolutely shit person.
Yeah.
I'm sending
Feels
a link
bad.
right now.
Sounds good. I'm excited. Yeah, I wanna look at it.
Very pigmented. I feel like you'd love the makeup.
Ooh, okay. Oh wow. Here. Maybe I can. Why did that show that? Hold on. Why? I want to show y'all this.
Love this.
I know, it's so beautiful. Why did that do that? Okay, there we go. Game. Still no. Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna fix this while we're here. Ignore that.
Can confirm, if you are of dark complexion, it will be very pigmented on you.
We love that.
The only reason she models for herself, and she's extremely introverted. Once upon a time, I was going to model for her, but then it didn't work out because I was going to be faceless on the internet anyway. However, she did send me a lot of things to review and talk to her about. But she made sure her stuff was extremely pigmented for everyone of color.
And affordable, like good prices.
Extremely painfully affordable. Even since the increase, her prices have increased, and even with those increases, still affordable.
Wow. Yeah,
with
this makeup looks sick.
Also takes Afterpay.
We love Afterpay.
We definitely love Afterpay.
I want this glitter. I want this back glitter so bad. Wow.
I'm looking at lips right now. I'm gonna need to buy some new makeup.
So sick. But y'all, if y'all are in need of new makeup, go support this person and her brand in general, because wow. Wowie wow wow wow.
Wow, wow, wee, wow, wow, wow.
Wowie wow wowie wow wow. Because I love yes, yes. Special interest of mine. Hell yeah, we love to see it. Currently in labor in Houston and Texas, baby. Travel safe, Lex. We love you. Meet up stream one day, maybe. Okay, bye. Yes, Tay. Yes. Also, okay, bye. I would love that. But thank you for sharing, Luna.
No problem.
Absolutely beautiful.
Thank you for allowing me to mention the brand, but yeah, I
course.
I felt like I just wanted to just mention that was the beginning of when I noticed that person was absolutely trash and terrible. Like, how do you attack a small business?
Yeah. Like, no offense, but that's gonna weigh on your conscience. Like,
oh,
that's gonna weigh on your karma, baby. Like, that's pretty bad. But no, thank you for sharing. I love that, and I love just like inclusivity with people of all skin tones and also of all backgrounds, you know. But yeah. Oh, transphobia within the queer community is what we were talking about. That shit hurts. That shit hurts real bad. Faye, I feel like you have something to say about it.
Oh, just I've worked with a lot of old man gays who are very transphobic. It is ridiculous.
Yeah, I feel like, at least in my experience as well, it like overwhelmingly is in that category as well. Like, not even necessarily old man gays, but just like gay men. In my experience, from what I've seen, it's at least it's the most loud from them, unfortunately.
Absolutely, that has been my experience as well. Yeah,
very unfortunate. They were in your workplace, or they were?
Oh yeah, for
like
sure.
Customers.
Coworkers. Oh yeah.
Do you want to talk about it? You don't have to if you don't want to.
Workplace does absolutely nothing to protect trans people. It's very good at pretending to do so. But
because they have to.
Well, yeah,
well, they don't necessarily have to, but like it looks good for them.
Right. I'll give them the credit that they do cover with their insurance gender affirming surgeries. But the deductible's like a couple $1,000s.
Gotcha.
But yeah, just a lot of, mostly in my experience, older white men who happen to be gay or bi, but are very loud behind trans people's back.
Yeah.
Because they're too scared to say anything to our face.
Of course they are.
Like, listen, babes, if you got a problem, let me know.
Yeah.
That's
so frustrating.
Yeah, it's super common to see, I think, people who are opinionated enough to hate you for who you are, but scared enough to not say anything to your face about it. So I haven't really had very many upfront interactions about it, but I've just heard enough of the things that people say behind my back, behind my coworkers' back. It's not good. Anybody who, and you don't have to be queer to be an ally, folks.
Yeah, believe it or not.
Believe it or not.
Surprise.
But even if you are queer, you still have to put in work to be an ally.
Exactly.
Just make sure that you're watching out for your fellow queer folks in the workplace.
Exactly. That's so frustrating that it happens within the workplace. It can happen anywhere, but especially within the workplace, I feel like you gotta work to make the money to live, and if it's happening within your workplace, that's really not okay.
I agree.
Yeah. Fuck, I was gonna say something, but I forgot. We had a meeting on harassment in the workplace recently to implement measures that allow us to fire someone for misgendering a coworker. Hell yeah. That's huge. That's absolutely huge. Wow, I would feel so safe if I was in that workplace. But it almost sometimes feels worse whenever the talking is happening behind your back instead of, I don't know. I guess it depends on the person, but it's kind of like, it's almost like having someone be fake upfront to me whenever I know the things that they've said behind my back. That hurts really bad. Hurts really fucking bad.
Nice.
But I want to piggyback off of something you said, Faye, that just because we're in the queer community doesn't mean automatically make us a ally to every single person in the queer community, you know? Like, if we truly want to be, like, stand together as a community, we need to see everyone in our community and listen to them and, like, hear what they need and not fucking shut them down or, like, point the finger at them whenever anybody else is looking for someone to harass or bully, you know? That's fucked up. That is fucked up. If you're an ass, at least be honest about it. Yeah, exactly.
If you're going to be childish enough to hate a community for existing, at least be adult enough to say something to my face.
Yeah. Yeah.
Honestly, if you think about it, it's not even childish because kids are brutal and they will tell you right to your face what they really think about you.
Very true.
Imagine
being weenier than some kid.
Right. Jeez,
Imagine.
a freaking 5-year-old.
We're gonna get an ad in about a minute, but I'm gonna go pee during this ad. Y'all are welcome to take a break as well, or you can stay on call if you want, or I can also deafen. Up to you.
I can sing the piss song for everyone.
And
Take a
I
what?
can also go to the bathroom.
Okay, let's take a cheeky little break then. If y'all get an ad, it'll only be 30 seconds long, but we're gonna take a cheeky little break. We'll be right back.
Bye. Wait.
I forgot how to unmute here. Isn't Faye's forehead beautiful? How y'all feeling? Y'all feeling all right? Comfort. Make sure you're taking care of yourself, okay? Make sure you're drinking water and taking pee-pee breaks or poo-poo breaks, whatever you need. Okay.
It's in my mouth. Please, senpai. Would you please in my mouth?
Thank you.
What a time.
Oh shit, welcome back.
I wish I was undeafened for that while I was peeing. Dang it. Thank you for that.
I didn't realize.
No, that was good. That was good. That was good. Thank you. In my mouth. My song has been played.
Your song. I was about to say, Punk is your song.
Alexandra, let's go. Alexandra, thank you for tipping 10. We're at 101 dollars so far this stream. And if you didn't know, everything that is tipped tonight is going to be split between Faye and Luna. Beep boop beep boop tip. Tip. There is a tipping page. I know it's my tipping page, but I'm collecting the monies and I'm splitting it into their preferred payment methods afterwards. Let me turn this piano back down. Halfway to the goal, baby. The goal is to have each of them go home hopefully with $100. I think that'd be pretty sick. Teep. Do y'all have a good piss if you did a piss?
Medium.
Yeah, I'd say mine was medium too.
I gotta fix the turlet.
Oh,
Next time I shall sing you both. I'll sing you both the piss song, so it'll be a great piss.
thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Got you next time.
I kind of want to talk a little bit more about transphobia within the queer community, and then we can move on. But I feel like there's a lot to say with that. And I feel like for me, one of the biggest things that has happened where like I saw it right in front of me very blatantly, like kind of in a big amount, was with the Hogwarts Legacy thing. And watching people within the queer community debate it and like back it up and explain reasonings as to why they will be buying it, and not only buying it but playing it, and not only playing it but streaming it to advertise it basically, and then justifying it in their own ways, but also some people justifying it because they said they were gonna raise money for charities like the Trevor Project or other queer like supporting charities while they play it. That like I had to remove myself from certain spaces during that time because it was so like mentally backwards to me, and like something that was just kind of like, these people share a community with me, yet they are spreading this hate, and they are also not listening to the people who are directly affected by this situation. Right. They're not listening. So it's like the feeling of basically being ignored for standing up for something that affects our lives, you know?
Yep. And the whole excuse that so many people used was this trans person said it was okay.
Oh my God, yeah.
I hate that excuse so much.
My thing is, honestly, and the only thing I'm going to say in regards to this, because it's such a huge headache for so many reasons, but
Absolutely.
it's the only thing I want to say about that is a trans person may say it's okay, but you yourself are not trans. You yourself don't understand the struggles. You yourself are not acknowledging the issues that we as a whole, as a community, are having.
Exactly.
So you are just looking for a cop-out and an excuse to do something. That's like saying, oh, can I have the end pass? In a way it is, but in a way it's not. That's the only thing me personally, because that's part of my culture. That's the only thing I can compare. Well, one of the few things I can compare that to. You know, you yourself are like, oh, well, they said, I could say like, if you're like being transgendered and saying that, oh, my transgender friend doesn't have a problem with me saying transformer, when really you're not part of the trans community. You don't get to say that about a trans person because that's used from the cis community as a slur word towards our community. So don't try and use them as your personal body shield as, oh my God, I got a pass, tee-hee. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
But that's all I'm going to say in regards to that.
Yeah, absolutely. We don't have to talk about it for long. It's just, thank you for saying that though, because
Yeah.
goddamn. But I hate that argument as well. Like my one trans friend is playing it and streaming it and whatever, so I can play it and stream it if I want, or even just play it. And also, like a big thing is your one trans friend does not speak for the entire trans community. I do not speak for the entire trans community. Just because I'm a trans person does not automatically make me an ally to every single trans person. Like we all gotta put in the fucking work, okay? Like you can't just claim that your actions are okay because one person said so. One person in the community said so.
If you're gonna do it, do it. Just keep our community out your mouth.
Yeah. Right.
You know?
Right. Exactly.
Somebody did ask me at work once. They wanted my perspective about it, which is fine with me. I'm happy to give my perspective. I'm happy to answer questions. But I told them, like, do what you want. But you have to acknowledge that it could affect or end some of your friendships.
Yeah.
Like me, I told them, and she did this whole Facebook post later on about how she doesn't care if she loses friends. I want to play this game. It's a big part of my childhood, and so I'm going to do it. And then a month later asked me if we were good, and I was like, I told you.
Yeah.
After I was cold to her for a month, which was great because I hadn't been cold to anybody for a while. There are consequences for your actions.
Exactly. And you literally warned her.
I did, yep.
Yeah.
With those exact words.
Surprise. Surprise. I'm going to follow through with what I said I would do if you decide to do the things that you do.
Thank you, Tay.
Yes, Queen, absolutely.
I'm trying.
Very disappointing. And I'm not going to name names, and this will probably be the last thing I say about the Hogwarts Legacy game, but specifically to do with me and my community, having multiple people, but one main person who was a big part of the community. Basically, I reached out to I reached out to them because I saw, I was friends with them on Steam and they had it in their library. I reached out to them and I was like, at this point I was already vocal on my social medias about it, because Faye knows exactly who I'm talking about. I think Luna probably might too.
No, I know. I absolutely know.
Okay, yeah. But I was already vocal about it, so I was like, you had to have seen this coming. I reached out to this person and, was like, hey, I just wanna check in, because again, this person was a big part of the community, was a VIP in my community, right? Yeah, you probably do. If you were active during the time of it happening, this person was active in the community, and then all of a sudden they were gone. So you could probably, yeah. Anyways, I reached out to them to check in because that's what friends do. Friends keep each other accountable. At least that's the kind of friends I like to keep, I like to keep friends accountable. I hope my friends keep me accountable type of thing, So I reached out to her and, hi, Always Swimming, I hope you're doing well. I was like, hey, I just want to check in. Where are you at with Hogwarts Legacy? And are you aware of the harms that it stands for, basically, for not just the queer community, but other communities as well? And, of course, she played like she didn't know, right? As they do. And sometimes maybe they genuinely don't know. Sometimes genuinely they don't. But I took time out of my day to, explain to this person the harms that it does to me and my community, the trans community, as well as lightly other communities that I'm not a part of, but I felt like I could speak on in the moment, just like a brief little synopsis that she could look into later type of thing. I took a lot of time out of my day to educate her and put energy into educating her and having like a full-on conversation with her about it. And you know what she did? She said, she basically ate my ass about it, saying, oh my God, thank you so much. Like, I had no idea. Like, thank you for taking your time to like write this all out for me. And like, I sent her resources, Thank you for sending me resources. I'm going to watch these videos. I'm going to read these articles. And a big concern for her was her friend group all wanted to like play it together or whatever. And she was like, I'm going to bring these resources to my friends. And I'm like, yeah, let me know how it goes. Like, thank you for listening. Like, genuinely, thank you for listening. Because at that point in time, I was trying to be vocal about it on the internet, and a lot of people were not listening to me, and it was frustrating. So I was like, thank you for listening. Like, touch back if you need any help or need any more input. And guess what? She blocked me on everything.
Blocked a lot of us.
Blocked a lot of us from the
And
community.
just dipped.
On everything. Thank you for the ew, Peachy. Oh my god, I forgot we had that command. But oh my god, does that I think that link should still work? Maybe.
This is me at that.
I agree. The resources link does still work if anyone wants to check out those resources, if maybe perhaps you are unaware. But anyways, she blocked me and a lot of people from the community on so many things, and I was like, well, that feels like absolute shit. Great moderators, we do. That feels like absolute shit for someone to like play like a friend, like a grateful friend to my face, and then turn around like that and stab us all in the back, you know? Like, I thought, you know, I had hope, and I had like, I felt really good about our conversation, and I thought she learned, and I thought that she was grateful, but she was not. Very unfortunate. I'm gonna try to catch up on chat. I know I've missed quite a few messages just while we've been talking. After an unsubbed and iced out. Yikes, Tay. Complain about losing people? Yikes, Tay. Fake kindness response. Yeah, I don't know. Like, at least, I don't know. I like, my brain cannot compute it. Like, how can you be so fake to me up front? And then, I don't know.
Yeah, it's very, very neurotypical of you.
Yeah, dang. Thank you. Thank you for the TWPG. No way. I did not know this. Well, I did not know that. I'm not going to say it out loud because of the TW. The TW is pretty heavy on that one, but that's really disappointing. I did not know that. I'm going to pee in my mouth. Yeah. Isn't Faye funny? Hee hee. Silly haha. Funny, funny.
What am I?
You're funny.
Ha ha.
Anyways,
So
I think
funny.
I'm done talking about that. But anyways, long story short, that was a very disappointing time, and a point in time that I realized there are transphobes and bigots within the queer community, like, very blatantly, and people who just simply don't want to listen to marginalized people, like, period. Like your privilege is fucking showing, you know? Your privilege is fucking showing, you know? Anyways. Let's take a deep breath, yeah? Let's breathe out through the mouth. In through the nose. Out through the mouth. Sorry, y'all, that got me ramped up.
I still have I have so much left.
You can continue if you want.
No, I'm gonna leave it because I'm just petty.
That honestly, be petty, babe. Be petty.
And I will.
Cheers.
I will be petty in my own personal time. Don't you even sweat it.
Good. Not a single sweat sweated. Not a single sweat sweated. Anyways, moving on from that, I think a good segue that we should talk about is like safe spaces for like gender nonconforming and trans people. Like, what does what would a space have to entail for you to feel safe in it as like a trans person, a gender nonconforming person, a queer person in general? How do you identify a safe space, and also how do you identify someone who truly is an ally through all of this, you know? To have a spectrum for support, but no, it's very black and white IMO. Yeah. Support or don't, yeah. It going, no, you're good, Tay. I got you. I'm picking up what you're putting down. For me, I feel like that in the sphere of Twitch, and also just existing online, you know, I feel like a lot of people can claim to be an ally, can claim to be a safe space, but it's like, it goes a lot deeper than just claiming those things. And also, you cannot necessarily put the label of ally on yourself. Right. You can't really do that. That is up to the marginalized people that you're trying to be an ally to. That is up to them. So, for me, kind of like what I talked about with my expectations for friends, in a space, I would hope that maybe in the streaming sphere, I would hope that the Twitch streamer and the Twitch streamers like moderation team would keep the chat and community, keep them like responsible and keep them in line, and you know, hold them accountable for words and things that are said and done, just as much as the community keeping the streamer and moderators accountable, like to the extent that they can, like calling out behavior that is harmful, and having those types of conversations without retaliating, like without getting offended, like, oh my god, like why, like I don't know, like,
yeah, you know? That's so valid.
Yeah, because you know, I feel like a lot of times the word echo chamber is kind of thrown around a lot in streaming spaces and just in general, and I feel like that's true. Like, your space can truly become an echo chamber if you are just spewing bullshit and shutting everybody else up, you know? So it's like, it has to be a space where we are listening and there's room to grow, and like people are asking questions and we're like respectfully, and like we're learning and having conversations and being open about things instead of like retaliating and being offended and whatever, you know? I feel like that, at least for me, is like one big thing that I look for in quote unquote safe spaces and allies, you know? Thank you, Tay. Oh, I love that, Tay. Yeah, what Piss said. But how do y'all feel about that, and what are some things y'all look for? Just in general.
Definitely people who have the pronouns thing turned on. That's a huge, like, and then if they don't have it and they hear about it and they're genuinely curious and look into it, that's really awesome. Being mindful of it, you know. And then when you tell them, you know, that your pronouns, and not automatically assuming right away, you know, that's a huge big plus when you come in and they see a name and they think, oh, this looks like a womanly name. Oh, Luna, she's pretty awesome. Or, oh, Faye, you know, Faye, but you get my drift, you know. Yeah, you know, you get what I'm saying.
For sure.
Or instead of like, you know, just saying they until you know and asking is not offensive, you know. And then when they genuinely and then when they genuinely
important.
Yes, when they go and ask, hey, what are your pronouns, is it okay if I call you they? Or you know, even when they mess up, they apologize for it, you know. And they make it mindful, they let people know we take these things very seriously. Nothing that, like, seeing everyone genuinely talking and chatting and supporting one another. And then I even look in chat, you know, there will be people that are in the chat that'll say, oh, my partner, you know, as a gay person, and I'm like, oh, gay person, you got a gay person in the community, let's go. And then I see how they interact with them and how, you know, they treat them or what they have to say, and that's a big huge green flag when you're very mindful, you know, especially when they ask. I love when they ask these questions, like, how is
I
your
agree.
partner? You know, that's how you know they genuinely care. They don't just about ask about you, they ask about your family too, or your partner too, you know. And then
sure.
they bring awareness to the community, and they're like, oh, like what you do at the end of your stream, like, we're gonna write out to this person, pronoun. They do the pronoun checking first, so that way they let their community know, like, okay, we're gonna go right out to V, they them pronouns, no fen pronouns, you know, just like little things like that. That's
Right.
very welcoming and opening.
I agree.
It is on. This is slightly tangential, but it is good to use they them when you don't know until you ask. But if you know somebody does not use they them pronouns, using they them pronouns for that person is misgendering.
Yes.
If somebody uses
Thank you.
she her pronouns, they don't use they them pronouns unless they say they use they them pronouns. That is
Yep.
such a big thing for me, and it gets to me a lot. Especially in my transition, I'm still kind of cool with they them, but there will become a point where I am not, because
Exactly.
it's my turn to just figure out how these pronouns feel with me. Some
Exactly.
people already know how those pronouns feel with them, and they don't want them.
Yeah. And that's entirely valid of you. And in general, thank you for saying that, because that is a big thing. You know, once you know, and there's no questioning. There's no questioning. So use the right
And
pronouns for people.
And it comes from, I know it comes from a positive place, but it is not a positive action.
Yes. Exactly. Accidentally doing that just because my grammar fucking sucks. I'll keep an extra eye on moving forward. Thank you, Tay. And like, at least from me and my perspective, like, if it is unintentional, if it is an accident, it is exactly that. It is an accident. If like I catch that and like, or if Faye catches that and we correct you, like all you gotta do is say sorry and change your actions, you know?
Exactly.
And like then everything we move on, and truly that simple. You know, misgendering and often rooted in transphobia. Ew, yeah, yikes, ouch. Not the purposeful misgendering. I hate that so much. Thank you for saying that, because sometimes when I can't recall a person's pronouns, I'll default to they because I'm afraid to offend them by asking what their pronouns are again, but I didn't realize it could be so hurtful.
Always ask, never be.
Yep.
You are doing a solid, because that shows you genuinely care when you ask. Like, for example, Punkish. I had to ask Punkish what her preferred pronouns were, you know, not preferred, what her actual pronouns are, you know. Sorry, I'm doing 50 million things at the same time right now.
No, you're good. Do your thing, do your thing.
I had to ask, and Punkish said she, her, you know, that is primary. They once in a while is okay, but predominantly she, he, you know. So and you're not offending, you're showing you genuinely care about the community.
Right.
You want to
Exactly.
do better, and saying that you're bad at pronouns is an absolute dog shit cop out. You're not bad at pronouns. You are learning, you are growing. It is okay to say you are learning, you are growing, you
Absolutely.
are trying, you are more respected, and you know you're more respected, and you're showing that you are validating everyone around you by asking and admitting that you are learning and you are growing and you're striving to be better. So don't be afraid to ask. There's
People
nothing wrong
forget
with
things sometimes.
People
Exactly.
forget things. Yeah. And like that's okay, but you're right. Like whenever people ask me to clarify, I get like a little happy tingle in my chest, because it's like, wow, like I feel like you genuinely do care, and like, you know, I feel more seen, you know. And I love that. But Faye, did you have anything else for safe spaces for you on the internet or just in general?
Yes.
Also? Yes.
Sorry
tell me.
about the full ass tangent.
No, you're good. I'm taking notes, so like I don't forget either, like what we're talking about.
Perfect.
Yeah.
I feel like it is difficult to really feel safe in a space if there are not other queer people present, because
100%.
my first thought will not be, oh, they just haven't found it here yet. It will be, oh, they've been here.
And this is not the space for us.
Vibe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think, like, I know when I am 1 foot out the door, when it's like after misgendering there's excuses or there's a pity party. That shit drives me up a wall.
Yeah.
And when a lot of times when people are corrected on that behavior, they are more mad than before because they were looking for your pity.
Yeah.
But that, I guess there are things that I recognize that make a space unsafe for me personally, more than things that I recognize as things that make a space inherently safe up front.
Yeah.
Other
that's
than
very
like pronouns being very visible,
right.
Expressing identity. Like, I think identity is meant to be expressed by everyone, not just people with queer identities.
Right.
And seeing cisgendered people and heterosexual people express their identities makes a place feel safer for me.
Yeah. I feel that. I feel. I also feel you on, like, more immediately noticing things that are red flags rather than green flags, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
About spaces, for sure. For me, I feel like something that is a green flag is, and I am also aware that not a lot of people are super aware of this, and this is something where, like, if I feel comfortable enough, like, I will try to correct if I, like, am comfortable in that space to speak out. Otherwise, if I'm new to the space, I'm dipping sometimes. Like, but anyways, yeah, anyways, it's like gendered language, just in general, like, for example, like, gendered language as a whole, but also, like, for example, like, if someone, like, in a casual, like, slang way calls me girl and I say, hey, like, can you not do that? And then, like, if it's retaliated in any way, then it's like, okay, I'm dipping. Or, like, for example, talking about, like, periods, saying people who get periods, or, you know, things like that instead of just women, you know, like, that is something that I kind of look out for, or that's just a very specific example, but having language that is more inclusive for people like me, you know, inclusive language, exactly. It's very important for me. And, like, if I feel like I am pushed, like, if I feel like I am not included in those types of conversations, then I don't feel seen, and I feel like I don't belong in that kind of space, you know. But again, like, sometimes I feel bold and I will try to correct someone, and that is also always, like, a big teller of whether the space will be safe, is their reaction to being called out. Called out seems a little aggressive, but, like, I will usually very nice, especially if it's my first message in a chat. Nerve-wracking. But I will say it very nicely, like, hey, by the way, like, I am a non-binary person who gets a period, like, this would be a more inclusive word to say instead of just woman, you know.
Right.
But usually if it's a point where I do feel comfortable enough to say that, like, I'm already getting the vibes that they will react accordingly, but sometimes, you know, that's not always the case.
Yeah, my headset cut out for a lot of the time.
Oh, welcome back.
I heard a lot about, like, inclusive language.
Yes.
That's definitely the opposite side, a red flag. If it is much more effort to say he or she or his or hers rather than they or theirs.
Right.
At
Agreed.
a point you are trying to not speak your language.
Agreed. And another example that I just remembered in my brain is people saying transgender brothers and sisters instead of just transgender siblings or trans siblings.
Right.
Yeah. So easy to use inclusive language. It is. Also, Tay said, that brings me to my opinion on a safe space. Willingness to correct and be corrected, and it doesn't mess up the vibe. Exactly. That is
Right.
definitely one of the biggest ones for me.
It's so common. People don't like being corrected.
People don't like being corrected.
And you will see in a moment if their pride is more important to them than other people's comfort or being better.
Yeah. Absolutely. Like, literally, you'll see it in their face. And I feel like in the times that people have, like, brought something up to me where, like, I could better myself, it's more of, like, I'm not offended. Like, I don't know. It's hard for me to put myself in those people's shoes because it's, like, I'm not offended. Like, I'm curious. Like, I'm curious as to how, like, where did I go wrong? How can I improve? That, I'm genuinely, like, how can I improve this? How can I not do this again? How can I not hurt you again? Type of thing, you know? And it, like, I don't know. Putting myself in their shoes, it just feels very selfish and closed-minded and, like, I don't know. Frustrating.
For too many people, it's more important for them to end up just being right than being better. And it is, learning and doing better is a lot of work.
It is. I think that's what it comes down to is they just simply don't have, they don't want to put in the work. They are stuck in their ways, possibly.
Yeah. The work that is before them is daunting, and it's more daunting than seems possible, and so sometimes they just don't do it.
And if it's really that hard for you, either think of a person as, you know, when you see them, do they give out meta haunted energy or do they give off mousy energy? Because when you have a mouse in your hand or you're referencing a bunch of meta haunted, what do you say? You don't say, oh, look at my little mouse, he's so cute. You're like, oh, look, they're so cute. Or if you see meta haunted, oh my god, run away because they are deadly. So if you can do that for everything else, you can do that for a person. It's not that difficult, you know.
Yeah, it's really not.
Like, think of a cute little mouse in your pocket, a little cute little baby squeakums, you know?
I like that like analogy. Is that the right word? I like that a lot. Yeah. And also, this is just a thought in my head, not necessarily what we're talking about right now, but like another thing that has to do with like allyship is specifically for like gender nonconforming people, is if you have a friend who is gender nonconforming and you are in a space where they are not present and they are misgendered, please stand up for them. As long as they are out. Yes. Yeah, as long as they are out, please stand up for them. Please correct the people who are misgendering your friend. Or they don't even have to be your friend. Please stand up for the person who is being misgendered. That is very important.
It's something that I do a lot and will help anybody know if no more preamble, somebody if they are comfortable with you correcting other people on their pronouns on their behalf.
Yeah.
If you hear it.
Also, on top of that, even if the person is present and maybe they're having a hard time standing up for themselves whenever it's already been known what their pronouns are or how they identify, and they are getting misgendered and they are going quiet. I'm talking about myself here. I'm talking about myself here. I would really appreciate it if you step in and be like, hey, that's not how they identify. That's not the pronouns they use. This is their pronoun, or this is how they identify, you know? Because sometimes me, myself, and I whenever, especially when I'm in like group scenarios, whether it be like a group call on Discord or like if I'm on, say, a game show.
Game show, yep. That's thinking about.
And I'm misgendered. Sometimes if I stand up for myself one time and oh, my Spotify paused. There we go. If I stand up for myself one time and I keep getting misgendered, I tend to go quiet sometimes, which is like, it's just how I am. I just shut down sometimes. And it would have meant, in moments like those, it would mean a lot to me to have someone who has my back, who like knows my situation, to like stand by my side and like stand up for me, you know? Being in general. Yeah. Exactly, Peachy.
Absolutely.
A little message with their other pronouns and a little nudge. I appreciate that. Yeah, like
sometimes you have to be relentless too on behalf of others. It's for me it's easier to be relentless on behalf of somebody else than myself.
Yeah, I feel that.
Yeah, but we were at a convention and this is also a call from inside the house. And ended up meeting somebody who uses they them pronouns who tagged along with us to a bar, but before then we were sitting around. I did a pronouns check around the circle.
Pronouns check, yeah.
Could already tell who the problem child was. But and she is gay, which made it worse. I had to do 2 more pronouns checks before we even left the hotel.
Damn.
And we got to the bar and our good new friend was still being misgendered by this one person, and I laid down another one, and this person said, again with this, or another, like, we're gonna keep doing this. We're gonna keep doing this until you can get it right.
Yeah, it's because of you, babe.
It's literally your fault that we're still doing this. It is. We are not in elementary school anymore, but I will treat you like a kid if you need to be treated like a kid.
Yeah. Oh, that is so frustrating.
I was putting it kindly too. If you want to bring sass to the table, go ahead.
Yeah, literally, it's the sass for me. Like,
oh my god, am I the drama?
You are the drama. Hi, Chicken. How you doing? To like knowing the situation is for sure crucial. Yep. To not like cause harm to folks trying to learn and do their best versus folks being ignorant and disrespectful. That's fair. That's fair. You'll never catch me gentle parenting anyone around me. Good, Pablo. Honestly, like, I love having people around me like you and Faye and Luna who like will like tell it like it is straight up, because like I said, sometimes whenever I'm in scenarios where like I feel uncomfortable, I shut down, and like that's when I could use a friend to either help remove me from the situation or to tell it like it is to everyone else, you know?
Best believe I will be their friend.
Yeah.
Best believe. Oh, I had a situation actually back home with other mother actually. I was visiting. I went home. I visited other mother and predominantly my siblings because I haven't seen them in a while. And so other mother kept misgendering me. However, my siblings, younger generation, they were like, when I told them like pronouns, they, them, sometimes he, and they were like, okay, got it. So other mother would say sis or girl, you know,
Right.
and then I told her, not a girl, not your sis, okay. You know, and so she wanted to say out of her mouth, she was like, oh, well, she was like, oh, well, you know what? I'm going to call you girl anyway, because you're my girl. I'm like, first off, here's what we're going to do. I was like, here's what we're not going to do. You're not going to do that. You need to respect my boundaries. My pronouns are they, them, he. And what you're doing right now is 100% transphobic. It is not okay. Just because I did not transition does not give you a right to misgender me. Just because you gave birth to me does not give you a right to misgender me. We are not doing this. And,
Good for you.
and my partner would be the first
Oh,
one
yeah.
to tell you when it comes to my parent, when it comes to anyone, I have no problem putting you in your fucking place. If I had the spoons, I will put you in your fucking place. If I do not have the spoons, I will walk away. Don't fucking talk to me because I will snap off on you. And no one wants to see that side of Luna. Okay, so so I went off on her about the whole thing, and I'm like, I think it's kind of funny how everyone has to be catered to you and your little vanity emotions, but when someone comes and lets you know, especially specifically, these are my fucking boundaries, that you decide to go ahead and cross them, all because you have this whole sentimentality or whatever bullshit issues you're going through that doesn't have anything to do with me. You're gonna learn, because if you're not gonna learn, don't talk to me. I'm gonna take my sister. We're gonna go out, and I'm gonna leave because I was there too. I was gonna take my sister out for her birthday, take her out to eat and all that other stuff. So, since then, she had her little emotional meltdown, and then about something, because she was like talking about something else to try and like alleviate the situation onto something different to make it about her. And then something about crying, and she was like, "Oh my god, you should say you're sorry for making me cry." I was like, I'm sorry that you cried, but I'm not the one who made you cry. Sorry that you had to go and cry, but it's not my fault. It's not my problem. I will talk to you later. You can talk to me when you're ready to be a responsible adult who knows how to carry a conversation."
Yeah.
So when I left and I came back, she thought about it and her actions, and now she decided to dig deep and learn and understand, and she apologized. Which other mother and I've mentioned in the past, we have a very rocky relationship. And so when it comes to other mother, now instead of calling me, girl or sis, her and my sister, they call me broski or bro. They were like, she's asked me, she's like, is it okay if I call you bro or broski? Would that be okay? And that is like, you're learning, you listen. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. I'm the type of person who will parent a parent. So don't think I will step down just because you're an elder. No, you're wrong. You're fucking wrong. Get the fuck over it. Go cry about it, and then talk to me. You're ready to be reasonable.
The whole concept of like respect your elders. Shut the fuck up.
No. I tell my children, like, my children know, like, you don't have to. If people don't respect you, don't show them respect.
Exactly.
Respect is a mutual thing, and I let them know right off the bat. If you're being disrespectful to me, you don't want those spoons. I'm a terrible parent, so don't follow my footsteps. Like, if you don't give me respect, I'm not going to give you respect. But if you're respecting me, I'll respect you. And I always give my children respect. I always ask these things if that's okay, if that's how they're feeling, And when I'm wrong, I'm fucking wrong. Like, if I will, they will be the duck will tell you. Duck and I have had moments where I have had to come and apologize, because I was being a whole drama king about some things. And I'm like, you know what I said and did was completely wrong. Out of fucking, they're like, oh no, this game's like, no, it's not okay. I was fucking wrong. I'm an asshole. You can go ahead and say me, tell me I was being a fucking bitch. It's okay. But it's just that accountability. It doesn't matter how old you are. And I tell this to other people, it's like, don't be ageist. Respect, you give respect, you gain respect. Because don't talk down to someone just because they're younger and you think you have seniority, because you're teaching them that when they're older, they can talk to people however they want to just because they're older. And that's not how that fucking works. That's not how the world works. Because you go and you mess around, you go into the wrong person on the right day when they're having the worst day of their life, and you come at them sideways, or because you think you're older, you're in for a bad time. So, but I really like that, when it came to other mother and my sister, one of my siblings, she calls me bro. Other mother, she calls me bro. And then my siblings, they call me they, them, he, and they also call me broski. So it's like, let's go, bruv. I'm so happy. GG's.
I love that. I love that so much. That you'll have like that understanding and that respect. But absolutely. Truly, respect someone and you'll receive respect as well. Like, usually, most of the time. That's how it should be. It should not be people who are older get like automatically get respect. Like that's backwards as hell to me. Like why should I kiss someone's ass if they are literally spitting in my face, you know? Just because they're older than me and they're considered like a senior, you know?
Oh, absolutely. Doesn't matter your age or your profession.
But I also love that you teach that to your kids as well, very blatantly.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. You gotta.
Kind of speaking about relationships with parents.
Oof. Bitsy will be here all night.
I know, literally. We can dive into it if you want, but I know family things can get like triggering and not so happy. So whatever y'all feel comfortable with. But like having family support in general, it doesn't have to be blood family, through anything is super important. Having that sort of support network, you know, and I'm very grateful. I feel like I have found my support like network here on the interwebs. Funny enough, wow, to where like I don't know, whenever like me and my mom had a giant falling out where I literally got kicked out, and like I now don't feel comfortable sharing so many intimate parts of my life with her. Like I still feel like I haven't really lost a whole lot because I feel like I've been fulfilled by my chosen family. But you know, with y'all's journey with gender, I know Luna, you kind of already answered a good bit of this, but you can add on if you want. With y'all's journey in gender and just like expression in general, like how has y'all's family responded to that, and like has that changed y'all's relationship with them at all? Would you say?
Do you want to go, Faye, or?
Oh no, you go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So my sexuality wise and gender wise, of course, two different things. Sexuality wise, my parents thought I was going to be gay. They swore up and down I was going to be gay, and they weren't entirely wrong. but you know, when it comes to that, other mother, again, the whole story, it takes a lot. Mum, it takes a lot for mom to, I have to teach her, especially considering the fact that English is not her primary language.
Gotcha.
You know, and it's very frustrating. But they don't, that's the thing, they don't shun me for it. They haven't shamed me for it. That is one thing, if it's one thing I can say about my family on all sides of angles, when it comes to being part of the community, that was never an issue. Only because bio dad, or rather I like to refer to them as bio parent, because I can't gender them specifically. Gotcha. But they were, in their heyday, I am a descendant of a huge drag icon in the community back in their day and back home. So, you know, it is genetic. If anyone tells you otherwise, it's a genetic thing. And they aren't, I don't think they're straight either, from what I heard, from my recollection.
Gotcha.
So that was never an issue, thankfully. Younger siblings, they're all for it, very supportive. Again, from a younger generation, they're very in whatever when it comes to the pronouns. I absolutely love my sisters and my brothers for that. It takes a while when it comes to other dad. I don't talk to the fuckwad, so which is wild. I haven't spoken to him in 3 years. So, and even still, it's very spoons. That's his punishment, you know. When I do call him, it'll be like, "Oh, hey, how you doing, Luna?" It's like, "Oh, hey, how you doing? Did you grow up yet?" And if you haven't grown up yet, then I will not talk to you again. It's thankfully they're very supportive in their own way. It's shit here, you know, but. Knowing that they're taking steps to grow, at least for other mother and mother, And especially my in-laws, my sister-in-law. I absolutely love A to the fullest.
Yeah.
It's a learning curve with her. I do have to remind her consistently, but she puts forth an effort and she makes me feel very seen and validated.
Good.
And I absolutely love that feeling. It's a great
Good.
feeling.
Yeah, that makes me so happy. I'm glad you have that within your blood family,
Thank you.
Huge. Faye?
Yeah, that's great. I haven't talked about it much with most extended family. There is some extended family where the silence is very, very loud.
Right.
So I'm not going to bother myself with talking to them about it.
That's so valid.
I feel like, so with my father, we have enough different problems that I'm not really worried about trying to solve this one right now.
Gotcha.
And I don't think my mother understands how much work actually goes into it.
Gotcha.
Her just being cool with it is great, but
For
like,
sure.
if you're gonna be my damn mother, my mama,
My mom.
my mommy,
Sorry.
like, you have to put in work too.
Yeah.
Yeah. And starting off was difficult for my immediate family, but my two grandmothers were the first to like come around real fast.
Hell yeah.
But maybe it's because, I don't see them very often, so they don't have to deal with me that much.
Yeah, perhaps.
Possibly that's what it is.
Possibly.
And then Mamuba. I feel like I'm just, it's not bad, like I'm not surrounded by bad, but
Right.
a lot of mediocrity.
Yeah, and I feel like, sorry to butt in, but
No,
I feel
butt
like
away.
I relate to the thing with your mom, not necessarily with my mom, but just in general. Like there's support, like saying you support, and then there's like, okay, you deeply want to be there for me and you deeply want to help me and like support me and like see, like for me it's a sense of I want to be seen for me and then also like supported and loved for being the person who I am,
Yeah, it's part of it ties into childhood. It's like, reach out to me. I can't always come to you for math help. Sometimes you have to ask me if I need help.
Yeah.
Mom.
Mother.
I love my mom.
Good, I'm glad.
Love it.
But our interactions with our parents in childhood will frame how we interact with them in our adulthood, and unfortunately that is a very, very long history, because I've known them since I was born.
Yeah.
And
literally came out the coochie.
yeah, since I popped out,
Yeah.
since I slipped out on accident.
Not to slip down.
Slipped out.
And on the floor.
Oh, fuck.
I don't know. I don't
The
want
floor was comfortable.
Right. I can't imagine anybody else does either. But that puts us where we are today. My sister does good. She still is in the mindset of like, she doesn't really want to be corrected, but
Okay, yeah.
but she will. I can deal with it. I can fix that.
I could fix that. Misty said a little surprise slither, if you will, and that really gave me a chuckle. But yeah, sorry, go on.
That was the end of my sentence.
Gotcha. Yeah, I feel like I don't know. For me, it's not like I said, the craving of just being seen for who I am, and then on top of that, like, not only accepting who I am, but supporting and genuinely wanting to, like, support and, like, love and, like, just being understood for who I am. And that surface level support almost, like, I don't know, is a little misleading and confusing in my brain, I guess, sometimes, because it's like, do you really want to support me? It's confusing in my brain, I guess.
Right.
I should just say.
Or do you just feel like you have to?
That part. Yeah. Yeah, that part. For anyone who doesn't know, I am not out to my mother. Don't know if I ever will be, because I don't know if I'll ever feel safe enough to be. She doesn't know a damn thing about my gender. So every single time I see my family or go to, like, family gatherings or anything, I'm constantly misgendered, and it fucking chips away at my soul a little bit. But I haven't really talked to her about my sexuality, but surely she's put the puzzle pieces together between so many different things over the years. You know, I literally have my Pride pop socket that I've had on for fucking ever. Yeah. There's an ad starting in 2 minutes, but whenever the ad starts, I'll shut up for a second, a little intermission, so nobody misses out. But the ads are only 30 seconds long also. But it's like, obviously me and my mom have a long history since I've been born of just, like, things that have happened, you know? So it's like, I don't even feel like I don't feel like I owe her, like, telling her. I don't feel, I sometimes I don't even feel like she deserves to, like, know, you know? And I feel like,
Yeah.
after so many things that have happened, it's like, obviously that core craving is still there for, like, to have that from, like, a parental figure. But it's like, after everything that's happened, I don't think she deserves to know who I am, like, at my core a lot of the times, because I know who I am. Well, I don't think she deserves it, and also I feel like if I were to ever communicate that to her, most likely the response is going to be rejection, or, like, probably rejection. Or just, like, joking also about it, possibly, which is, like, neither are great. And I just, that makes me very uncomfortable. And I will say I'm very grateful and what's the word? Not privileged. Well, I guess privileged too, but I'm happy that I am, like, not in a physical, like, in the physical area where she is in anymore. Like, I'm very physically, geographically separated, and I don't have to, like, interact with her unless I want to, unless I choose to, you know? And I know, like, not everyone has that luxury. Like, some people still live with their parents who are homophobic or transphobic or, like, whatever, bigoted in any degree. But I'm very grateful that I am not in that situation anymore. Well, literally because she kicked me out, but that was something entirely separate. That was because she found out I do sex work, but, you know, that's a whole nother thing. But anyways, like, I'm glad I don't have to interact with her every day is what I'm trying to say. You know?
Yeah. Also on what Tay said, there's, like, sometimes the adults in your life don't even realize that they have just very much turned you off the idea of being around them or having them be a part of your life. Even when that's the case, it's still not your responsibility to fix that or to just let it slide, even if they don't realize it. Like, you can bring it up if you want, but you don't have to let it slide if you feel safe bringing it up and if it means something to you.
Yeah. I'm so sorry to hear that, NYC. For me, also, it's like, oh, the ad is happening, but we only have 15 minutes left of it, so fuck. For me,
15
also,
seconds?
15 seconds. 9 seconds now.
Only 15 minutes more of ads, everyone. Sit
Sorry,
tight.
did I say 15 minutes?
You
Imagine.
absolutely 15 minutes.
They are not paying me nearly enough to be running any sort of ads longer than 1 minute. Let me tell you that. The ad's over now. Welcome back, anyone from the ad.
What a long ad.
Wow, 15
minutes.
Yeah. Oh, I was saying for me, like, I don't know. I've always pretty much known, Killa, thank you for the 16 months.
Killa, that's so hot.
Killa, that's so hot.
Killa, that's so hot.
How are you, love? Welcome in. For me, it's kind of like the constant signs of, like, let me backtrack. I've pretty much always known that my mom's homophobic, like literally for a very long time, and bigoted. But I remember in middle school, we were getting ready to go catch the bus or something, and my mom was at the kitchen table with her laptop, and it was like something pride related was going on, like a pride parade or like. Maybe it was Pride Month, but I don't know. Like something was happening to where there was an ad on her Facebook about Pride Month or like whatever the event was that was going on, right? And I remember walking behind her, and she was on her laptop, and she was like scuffing under her voice. I forget who was she talking to me as her child, or was she? I can't remember if anybody else was there, but she was like, ugh, and this. She said, I can't believe they have taken away the meaning of the rainbow.
Oh, jeez.
What does that even mean? What does that even mean? But anyways, that was in middle school. And so at that point in time, I was like, okay. Oh, also, by the way, I don't think I talked about it on here yet tonight. I've always pretty much known that I am not straight, at least. I know this is a gender talk, but like talking about like homophobia and stuff. When I was in elementary school, I had one of my girlfriends over for a play date. I think I was literally either in kindergarten or first grade. And I had my friend over, and we were playing, and we ended up kissing. And my mom and my dad walked in, split us up, sent my friend home, sat me down, and said, you're not allowed to kiss girls. You are not allowed to kiss girls. It wasn't, you are not allowed to be kissing anyone right now because you are literally in kindergarten or first grade. It was, you are not allowed to kiss girls. I forget where I was going with all this, but anyways, I don't feel comfortable coming out to my mom about like anything basically at this point because of multiple things that have happened. Those things included from a very young age. But yeah. I'm so sorry, first of all, that your mom outed you, Tay. What the fuck?
Wow, Tay, that is fucked up.
That's very fucked up.
Do you want me to fight your mum?
Yes, please. I think I remember where I was going with this.
Yeah, look at you now.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
It's almost like she senses that I have very physically and like mentally detached myself from her to where like I think it's obvious because I'm quite like I'm much more involved with like my sisters, right? And I feel like she's noticing that, and she's noticing that I'm not involving myself with her, and I feel like she's like finally catching on that like I will not go out of my way, or like even whenever she offers, I will not choose to spend time with her, you know? And it's almost like she's trying to compensate for that sometimes. Like she's trying to like invite me to things that she knows I'm going to say no to. Or like, I don't know other examples, but like she tries to be overly nice to me and like text me on like on occasion that like is super out of the blue and like super out of left field, honestly. And I don't know, and like a part of me is like maybe she does genuinely care and genuinely wants like to try to rekindle something with me, but another side of me is like, why would I put energy into something that I know is just going to go straight into the floor again at some point for some reason, you know? Ugh.
Cause didn't she do that like before too, like last year or the year before?
Wait,
She
sorry,
was
say that
like,
again?
I said, didn't she try that like last year or the year before, where she was like super nice and acting
Yeah.
like she was understanding, and then all of a sudden,
Mm.
oh, what is it, 180 on you? Like
Yeah.
it's wild. Like if it's being quote unquote nice doesn't excuse the wrong that you're doing, and that doesn't mean that, you know, oh, if I do this, I don't have to verbally, you know, or stand up verbally or physically stand up for you in front of other people,
Right.
even though I know that, you know, I'm treating you like dirt, you know, and
Yeah.
that's a shitty thing to do. And then you wonder why, when you're older, or alone in a nursing home, or just in an empty house where your gay child doesn't come and visit you, because you've shunned them, and you've shown homophobia, transphobia, and you don't get the right to play the pity parent card, like, oh, I'm your
Yeah.
parent, oh, I birthed you, oh, I don't
Right.
give a flying fuck, it doesn't matter, you can give birth all you want, but what have you done to stand up for your offspring? Or, you know,
Exactly.
what have you done to say, oh, yes, they are perfectly fine. She doesn't want to do that. Leave him alone. They're transgender. You know what I mean? Like it's
Yeah.
like it's just like, if you can't do that as a parent, don't question why your child can't tell you everything. You know,
Yeah.
it's the same thing with mental health. Like, oh, you can't, when you're a child, and say you think you're feeling like depressed or you're sad, and you say, oh, you're a child, you don't have depression. You know, like, what the
Yeah.
fuck? Like, are you mad? Are you okay? Like, what?
That
Wild.
part though, I feel like there's
Mhm.
just so much like that goes into it too, with I'm sure everyone's situation and like mine too, like that there was just not a lot of like communication that I feel like I needed growing up, to where we would have built that kind of trust to be able to speak about these types of things to each other. There was never a foundation of trust. Never. Like there was always like me being scolded and not really understood why. Like for example, like whenever I got caught kissing a girl and they told me I wasn't allowed to kiss girls, they never told me why. Like they just said this is not allowed, or like it has to be this way, and like blah 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 blah, you know. And especially like with what you said, with mental health as well. Like I just like a little over a month ago got diagnosed for ADHD, and now I'm on medication for it.
Hell yeah.
Love to see it, but like growing up, like whenever I would like struggle in classes, or like whenever I felt like I needed more time to do something, like, or it would take me double as long to achieve the exact same amount or the exact same thing as someone else that took them like significantly less time, like I didn't feel like I could reach out for help, because I was always told like get straight A's, or we're gonna take away your phone, you know, like
Right.
so like it was a very much like no communication on mental health, on like sexuality, on like literally any intimate things happening with me. Like I didn't even necessarily get the birds and the bees talk. My mom caught me watching porn and she was like, oh, so you know what sex is? And I was like, kinda.
Not really.
Like I don't know, and also like public school sex education only goes so far, you know. So but
well, actually I forgot what I was gonna say, but it is wild how often a parent will just be, after being kind of removed from someone's life, will just be like, oh, ungrateful, oh, blah 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 blah, everything I did for them, and fail to recognize they fucking blew it. Like,
Yeah.
you blew it, bestie.
yeah, you blew it, bestie.
Absolutely
Blow me, bestie. I mean,
blowed it.
you blew it, bestie.
Blow me.
Blow me. I mean, you blew it.
Yeah, you blew me, bestie.
God.
Or
You blew
you
me, bestie. Anyways, I feel like that is something as well. Like the whole, and it goes back to like the whole like ageist thing is like the thought that parents have that they are always correct, and like, you know, maybe in their brains they are, but like I don't know. It's that feeling of, oh, as a kid growing up, like I feel like I'm always doing wrong, so why would I feel comfortable coming to you and whatnot. And also, like you said, Faye, it's like they, even whenever we are adults now, they fail to take responsibility or even recognize where they've fucked up, you know?
Right.
And something that I'm going to share from my therapy session that I benefited from, that I hope maybe someone else can benefit from, was whenever I was like, you know, talking to my therapist about my relationship with my mom and how like things are not great and I don't know if they ever will be. And of the things that have happened that have caused us to be here, my therapist advised me to write a letter to my mom. Wow. And explain like the reasons why I am now the way that I am, and like what I wish I could have told her growing up, and like where I feel like I was not heard as a kid growing up by her, type of thing. And like write out that letter, and you don't gotta send it to her, you don't gotta share the letter with this person that you're writing it to, but just getting those emotions like on paper made it very clear to me like the situation, you know. It very much helped me, Tay, and if you feel like it would help you, I would recommend it. Also, completely separate, but my therapist also advised me whenever my dog passed away, R.I.P. Pee-wee, to write a letter to my dog because I felt a lot of guilt with her passing. Ugh. So like if you feel like there's any like literally any unfinished business with any person, or like if you feel like you need to get something off of your chest with somebody in your life or someone who has passed, like highly recommend writing a note to them, whether you send it to them or not. But yeah, that's something that helped me. But honestly, I feel like so many things could be progressed with me and my mom's relationship if she would just take responsibility and like recognize things. That would be a great starting point. That would be a great starting point. But both of my sisters are supportive, which is what matters a lot to me. Yeah, specifically my youngest sister. I love her so much. She sometimes comes in here because she's also a gamer. And she's also in the queer community, in the LGBTQ community. She's bisexual. And I don't know. She just, you know, like you said, like I feel like not everyone in the younger generation, but like the vast majority, I feel like, of the younger generation just get it. They're accepting. They understand most of the time, which is very, very nice. But my youngest sister is super, super supportive. My middle sister is also supportive to the degree that she knows, you know. I haven't like fully like told her everything or like shared my entire perspective on things, but like I still have her support, and like I know that, you know.
Right.
So that's what is important to me, you know. Absolutely, Tay. Chosen family is very important. And, you know, I feel like there's always going to be that like core like I guess want for like a maternal relationship with my mom, but like I've also kind of like in a big way let go of putting pressure on myself to make that happen because of so many factors, you know. But you know, I also don't feel like I'm necessarily missing a whole lot of anything because I do feel fulfilled by my support team, my support network, like now, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Was that done recently?
you.
I don't think it was, so I don't know. Make sure.
Oh,
Okay,
you're
it
good.
wasn't. Okay.
Thank you for sending that link, Luna. We are slowly getting to the end of what I wanted to talk about, so we'll be pulling up the AMA soon. So if y'all want to ask anything for us as a group to talk about, a specific question, whatever, you can do so through the Google form. Or if you want to share your perspective anonymously, there's also space for that if you want to do that there. I'll be pulling it up and we're going to be discussing it together. But also, Faye and Luna, you can participate as much or as little as you want in that. If you got to peace out at any point, I know it's getting a little bit late. Do whatever you have capacity for and whatever you want. Yeah, Blood Fam is, and Chosen Fam, I don't know, the concept of accepting the fact that my blood family will not always like see me for me and want to love and support me was a hard pill to swallow, but you know, excuse me, is a thing that I had to accept. And thank you, Dragon. If y'all didn't see the pinned message, anything that is tipped tonight, I'm going to be splitting between Faye and Luna. I know it says my tipping page, but I'm taking the tips and I'm splitting it to Faye and Luna towards their preferred payment method. Let me make sure we didn't miss anything I wanted to talk about, but was there anything that y'all specifically wanted to share or talk about that maybe we didn't hit yet? Possibly.
I am thinking, but nothing that I have off the top of my head.
Yes, brain currently empty at the moment.
Brain empty. Actually, I'm gonna save that one till a little bit later. But I'm gonna go ahead and pull up the form. Give me a minute to find it. And I'll also put the questions up on my overlay so y'all can read along with them. Let's see. Let me set this. Oh, my music paused. Sorry about that. Sometimes whenever I have Discord open and Spotify does not like that for whatever reason. Okay. Let's see how this will look. If I do this, maybe? Yeah, okay. Let's do this over here. This over here, so y'all can read along. Me personally, I'm a big fan of reading along. Also, by the way, hi anyone who has come in while we've been talking. I see all of your messages. I don't fully read all of them though while we're having conversations, but I see you. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate you. And also a reminder to take care of yourself. Water, food, meds, a break. I know some of these conversations can be heavy, so if you need to tap out for any of them, I completely understand. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Oh, actually, you know what? I think there's one question that I kept from the last time we did this that I think was also a good thing to talk about maybe today. So we can start with that one. Here we go. Yeah. What would you like to ask, person reading this form? TW, transphobia from family. Do you have any advice for dealing with transphobic comments from family members, especially when you're not openly out with them? My dad recently said that he thinks most trans people are mentally ill, and it really upsets me. Yeah. Ooh. I'm trying to remember my answer from last time we did this. But that's a very difficult thing to deal with. I'm very sorry that you have to deal with that. Take his kneecaps. Yeah, quite simple actually. That's the answer. It's very difficult, but you know, as with anyone, I feel like if you sit them down and you genuinely come and communicate from a sense of caring, and you express that to them, like, hey, I have something very serious to talk to you about, and something that matters a lot to me. Like, I feel like these people, whenever they're talking shit about trans people, it's because usually, in like, at least to like ignorant people about things like this, it's because they don't know any trans people and they have no attachments to them. So like, why would they care, you know, in their mind? If you sit them down and be like, hey, I have something that's really important to me that I need to talk to you about, like connecting that matter to you, hopefully will ground them in the conversation to come. And start like laying that foundation and laying that intention and just being like, hey, and then try to educate them to the best of your ability, whether that be you just sliding them for some resources to read or you telling them yourself, like, this is the situation. And if you feel like you are cornered at any point, which I feel like is a common occurrence for dealing with people like this, say, you know what, like, I'm done with this conversation. If you want to learn more, like, we can continue this conversation another time, or I can send you resources to read or like videos to watch because this is something that's important to me. And if we're not on the same page about that, then like it's going to be hard to coexist, you know, especially if you're living with the person. What do y'all think?
Faye, you go ahead, and you, if you want, you can answer first.
Not everyone's worth saving. Sometimes
Good point.
You can't fix somebody, which I'm not saying not to try. I have a long history of sometimes not trying, but everybody's at a different energy level. I think giving resources is absolutely a great option. And then don't put yourself out to fix somebody else's fucked up brain. Make sure that you are protecting you first.
Absolutely. Not everybody can be saved, baby. Ain't that the truth?
Don't save him. He don't want to be saved. Don't save him.
You don't want to be saved. Luna, you thinking about anything?
To add on, definitely want to give the resources and then talking with them. But when you say your piece, and my immediate reaction to things like that, because I've done it, is to cut them off. Because especially if it affects you, you don't feel safe if you're an adult. I know it can, like you said, if you live with a person, depending on how you are, it could be difficult, to not, interact. For most, there are ways around it, keep it cordial, treat them like a work office person, like, hi, bye, what's for dinner? I got tips if you need them. Trust me, I'm a pro at that. Dragon will tell you, I'm a pro at that. But when it's, I know it's one of those easier said than done, but what other red flags do they have about that, especially when it involves a community that you yourself are part of? If you don't feel safe enough to come out to them, and if they feel that way and you've talked to them, if you try giving them resources, if you tried explaining to them, the issues at hand, of course, like what Paya Faye said, do what you can. But if you can't, then it's when you want to slowly wean yourself, just slowly wean, decrease the distance, know those limitations. And then when they get to the point where they want to get into their transphobic behavior, phones vibrate. Oh, I gotta go. I gotta take this call. I'll talk to you later. Oh, you know what? I gotta go get some things ready for work. Or, oh, I remembered I have to go and pick some things up. I'll talk to you later. Just vacate the premises, walk away from that person, because don't put your mental in jeopardy. Have some sort of backup exit plan, because it sounds like very privileged and harsh to say, oh, cut them off, but again, that is my go-to thing. Like, if you come off as a terrible tyranny person who's bigoted, transphobic, full of hate, not welcome to accept, abusive, I'm so quick to cut you off. I cut my own mother off for years, so it's of course, but distance yourself. Learn to maneuver the conversation, turn it around to something different, bring up a completely different topic, if you can, and if not, prepare a mental exit on how you're going to walk away from the conversation if they're not going to change it around, because again, you can't change everyone, you can't save everyone. That's why chosen family is a thing. That's why spirit family is a thing. Just because they're blood, it don't make them your family.
Absolutely.
Say bye-bye to sperm donor. Thank you for donating thy sperm to bringing me into this life. But deuces, you know.
Yeah.
Right.
Some people, I think, have to be reminded that it's pretty easy to die alone. Like if you're gonna fuck
Oh
around,
yeah.
you're gonna find out.
Yeah. Oh my god. For sure. I'm also swallowing Tay. I mean, anyways. Right down my throat. Yeah, exactly. Tear them off, exactly.
Trying to murder me. You're trying to murder me. Make a piece of please.
These gays. Hello. Thank you for the raid. Such a banger, honestly. How was your stream? Welcome in. What'd you get into? Hello, raiders. If you've never met me before, my name is Paya. My pronouns are they, he, and she. Lovely to meet you. I like my pronouns interchanged pretty often. I am a variety queer streamer here on Twitch as well as YouTube. I play a variety of games. I like cozy games, puzzle games, horror games. I dabble in ASMR and makeup and cooking. Really big into mental health and self-care as well as weird shit. We also tonight are talking about gender. I like talking about things that are really important to me, and tonight we're talking about gender. But how was your stream? What'd you get into? Tarot Farm raid. Oh, cute. Welcome in Chrissa Cakes. Welcome in the Blue, and welcome in Kamakani. I hope y'all are doing well tonight. Also, if you need to hop off and do some post-stream self-care, go do that, okay? Water, snacks, meds if you need, a break, go disassociate, whatever you gotta do. I appreciate you sharing your community with me. But yeah, we're talking about gender tonight. Gender. And we're going through some questions and topics through our AMA form, which anyone is welcome to submit. It is anonymous and it is also moderated, so please keep that in mind and be respectful. Did y'all have anything else to say about this question before I bring up the next?
Not
Lovely. Not I.
No,
I. Not I. Not I. Okay. Oh yeah, no, you can get banned. Bye. Let's see. I like this one. This person says, is there anything you wish a teacher would have done or said to help make you feel more comfortable with your gender in school? Welcome in, Witch. How you doing? Crashes. Yeah, they sent a message before that was kind of yeah. Yeah, I didn't see it. Is there anything you wish your teacher would have done or said to help you feel more comfortable with your gender in school? I'm gonna think on this one for a minute, but if y'all have anything, how about it?
Luna, you go ahead.
Honestly, this is a question I do not have the right to answer, actually, in a way. Only because in high school I was very privileged with a phenomenal teacher who I left a lot of classes to go to their classroom. Huge took me to my first Pride parade. She's also mum. She was very huge on the gay community. Like anyone who needed someone to open to, she was there. She, if you had your boyfriend or girlfriend or non-binary partner, and you were there holding hands or whatever, it was literally a safe space and a safe haven. So for those of you that unfortunately that did not have that, I am so sorry. Of course there's teachers who are not understanding, but thankfully, with my class, I had the privilege to not bump into the homophobia when it comes to the teacher body. Students, on the other
Yeah.
hand, is something completely different. But again, so I don't have a right to fully answer that question. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. And if you have any other like specific examples as to like why you felt so safe to begin with, maybe that could, I feel like that could also answer this question, like instead of what could they have done, like what did that teacher do besides being like non-judgmental and like more celebratory, which I like alone, like I feel like I wish I had that, you know.
Yeah. What made her safe, what was that there were student aides, you know, that she was also a spiritualist. She was a crystal bitch.
Gotcha.
So
Nice. Love
so
that.
mum also a huge cat person. So she is very
Love.
witchy.
Love.
And she was very open about that. And when you went into her room, you know, one of her student aides from her classes was gay. Very sassy bitch. Very,
Love.
very, very gothy, sassy, and, you know, very, also a Satanist.
Gotcha.
And, you know, I won their heart over by telling them to
Love.
go to heaven. It was so funny because they were being like really bitchy. I was like, you know what, go to heaven. And they were like,
Yeah,
no one's ever told us that shit.
that's
But
hilarious.
so they, you know, and seeing that environment, and also they were protective of the anime club babies. So I'm like,
Oh,
yeah, I fucks with
yeah.
that. She was very, she just, it was just, she was very maternal.
Yeah.
Understanding, always there for you. If you needed sex education assistance, she would talk to you about that, send you resources. She would tell you where local meetups for gay teens were, hotlines to call. She's all around resourceful. You know, she's a wonderful, wonderful woman. So
Yeah.
if anyone, you want to be a teacher, definitely, you know, look into pronouns. Setting that comfort area. She would have gay flags in her room set up, you
Yep.
know. Very quirky teacher. I really, really love her. That's why she's mum. She's still mum to this day.
I
Um,
love that.
yeah, so yeah.
That's so amazing that you had that in school.
Thank you.
I was about to
you.
say like something that's like a very simple but like a symbol that like we like as queers or like queer questioning, if you're in school and like a little bit younger perhaps, or like anyone can question, but like especially if you're just like confused or like questioning, having a teacher that has like a flag in their room, like that is something that you will see. And like for me, if I'm in a new space and there's a pride flag, like I immediately am like, okay, like I see you, you know, like that makes me feel okay. There's some level of understanding here. And like I assume, especially if it's in a classroom, that if anything like homophobic, transphobic, whatever were to come up, that the teacher would stand up for us queers, you know. Assuming, but that would be like a little, literally like a little flag I would be looking for, just like a little simple something that I would look for. But other than that, like kind of like a lot of things that we've been talking about tonight is being conscious of their language in their lessons that they teach, gender inclusive language, and also like I know some topics, some classes, some lessons may be difficult to incorporate these things in, but especially classes like English or literature or writing, etc., like bringing in examples of queer people would be really great, or bringing in like queer literature would be a great thing that I feel like would obviously make me very excited to learn about, and like, you know, make me feel a little bit more seen and included, you know. And I'm putting myself in the perspective of like middle and high school, because I feel like those were the years that I was very much like kind of craving some sort of like safety space in school while I was kind of questioning myself, you know. And in high school, I did. I feel like it's usually always like the art teachers, but my art teacher made me feel so safe. Like nothing really said, you know, but I just felt very comfortable in her art studio and in a space where we were all creatively making pieces of art, you know. And it just felt significantly more like laid back and welcoming than all of my other classes where it was not necessarily that way. And I know like teaching styles are different and whatever, but like having that like laid back environment just made me feel like it was like a breath of fresh air, you know. And she was also my homeroom teacher for a few years, so I would be spending a lot of time in there. But yeah, anyways, small pride flags would be a great symbol, as well as like bringing in incorporating any level of queerness. I feel like to your lessons would make me feel more comfortable with my gender in school, and also just having a more safe, like, I guess, learning environment, you know. And that also shows that a teacher will most likely, like I said, handle those situations where if any bigotry were to come up, they would handle it, you know. Those are my thoughts. On to you, Faye, if you have anything.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot I resent from my childhood. And one of those facts is that in 12 years of primary education, there was one gay teacher, and I didn't even have him.
God damn it.
So, trans staff or faculty, we didn't learn about, and this was a big public school, we didn't learn about anything. And
Nothing.
it's also, you know, suburbia where being gay is actually just a joke that people make.
Haha.
So
Not funny, haha.
I wish a teacher would have done a lot more.
Yeah.
Any sort of representation would be amazing.
Yeah.
Using pronouns always. I think everybody should,
Yep.
including putting them after your name at the end of emails for all you office work bitches.
Love that. Yeah. That's a big one.
But yeah, I don't just things that would bring that sort of representation into a school kid's life so that they can know about it. My journey would have started a lot earlier
Same.
if this shit was prevalent in my education or my household when I was a kid.
Same. Absolutely same. So like if you are a teacher and you are someone who has the ability to bring these types of even just conversations into your space, I think it would be very beneficial. You know, even if, you know, some of the kids don't get it, you know, like there will most likely be a kid or a few who hear you and really like see you for what you're saying, you know. And I feel you on that representation in like teaching staff. I like you saying that made me think about it. I'm like, I don't think I ever had any queer teachers of any kind. I don't think, at least not in like primary school, you know. Wild. Like not even in, like I'm thinking about even in college. I don't even know if I had any professors who were queer in college. Like maybe one, maybe, but like not like in a very vocal way, even if they were, you know. So like in general, just generally bringing exposure to the classroom seems to be the consensus.
Yeah.
So we love that. Oh my god, we love that. PG.
So love that, PG.
Love that. Let's go. Hell yeah. Also, I should have prefaced that with saying that I went to a public middle school, and then I went to a private very tight knit, very white private school for high school, and then I went to a public college, and I definitely felt the pressure. The pressure was getting worse whenever I was in high school. Just not even just like queer representation, but diversity in general was just not it. Like the only diversity we had was the school bringing in like exchange students. And like exchange students for education, but also exchange students for sports. And just generally the treatment of exchange students was not great. And I found myself like befriending a lot of the exchange students, and also like the few people of color who were in my school. Like my graduating class was literally less than 50. But I forget where I was going with that. Diversity. That was my desk that made that noise. Hashtag bless up. Yeah. Bless up. Praise be the bussy. Fuck, I forget where I was going with that. We had 6 Brazilian students come a year and 1 POC student. Other than that, my school was entirely white religious people. Ew. Big ew.
Yeah, huge ew.
Big ew.
Also, now I'm thinking all of our exchange students were white. All 4 years I was in high school.
Oh,
Wow.
Wow.
Like,
Wow.
how? How do you even find, what's the math, 20 white people?
Not 20. Oh, okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Over 4 years, 5 each year.
Yeah.
And they were, like, there was no diversity amongst them other than that they were from different majority, like, countries.
Yeah. That's wild to me. Schools be wildin'. I remember where I was going with this. It's not necessarily related, but it was interesting coming from a public middle school, and going to a private high school, how quickly people were willing to kind of like bully me, because they like literally they knew not a goddamn thing about me other than what I looked like and that I came from a public school, and they would call me like public school trash. They like literally thought that I was like, I don't know, there's nothing wrong with this, but they thought that like I somehow got like a scholarship or something to attend the school. Like basically like otherwise I wouldn't be able to, like my family wouldn't be able to afford to put me through education, like things like that. And it's just like, it's interesting though, because those people who have been like in that private school system for basically their entire educational career would outcast everyone else basically, but then everyone who was outcasted would become friends with each other, and like it was kind of fine. Like I don't want to be friends with y'all anyways, but like I would hang out with like the exchange students and like the few other BIPOC at the school, and that was that. Or like the few other people who also came from public middle schools, you know, because I wasn't the only one. They fear what they don't understand mentality. Exactly. That's a big one. I'm gonna pull up the next one. The next one. Let's see. Oh, this one, I like this one. This one's a cute one. I would love to know what y'all's favorite moment has been this month during Pride Month, or a Pride Month in the past. Eee, that's so cute.
Love that.
I love that so much. I have one that immediately comes to mind because it just happened. I went to Bonnaroo. Like 2 weekends ago, I went to Bonnaroo. Love Bonnaroo. It was my 4th. And they always do a pride parade on Thursday. And we got there on Thursday. We got there early to make sure that we could make the pride parade. And me and my friends. I know, it was so beautiful. This is also my first Pride Month being out as transgender. Me and my friends got our gay little outfits on. I got my fishnet rainbow bodysuit and my pasties on, and I got my transgender flag, and I was flying that shit. My friends were flying their flags, and we went to the Pride Parade, and we saw some like stilt artists and like drag artists and just like people like doing acrobatics, and then we marched in the parade with them. We marched our gay little asses around the campground and through Bonnaroo during the day, and it was hot as hell, but it was so fun. And they gave out little itty bitty pride flags, and we were listening to Lady Gaga. And we were skipping and dancing around and kissing each other. Not really. I kissed my friends, but you know, kiss your friends if you want to kiss your friends. And it was just a very like happy, like moment of like pride, because I feel like sometimes it's hard for us to, at least for me, I should speak for myself, it's hard sometimes to feel pride during Pride Month because the world is fucking scary for queer people right now, always, but like especially right now I feel like the world is really fucking scary, especially for trans people. It can be really fucking scary. So like that was a moment of pure like pride that I feel like I haven't felt in a hot moment. Pure like pride and like joy too. Like it was a good feeling. It's a good feeling. What about y'all? Y'all have any that come to mind?
Yeah, I used to live in Philadelphia, and I lived right in the middle of the neighborhood. Thank goodness.
Thank the Lord.
There's Outfest, but Outfest was in October, which is pretty much second Pride.
Nice.
But during the Philly Pride Festival, of which there are many over the course of the entire month.
Love that.
Which is beautiful.
Love
really
to
got
see
to explore and see people of different identities. And there was this one lady who gave us fries because she was running a fried tent.
I want some French fries.
They were perfect.
I bet they were. Oh.
Give us extra ones for free. I love her. This was, of course, years ago now, but I until I go back to Philly, I don't think I'll have that much fun during Pride again. I will. We'll make more memories and do more fun things, but like that's the peak so far.
We will make more memories. There will be other peaks.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Riding on the hood of a car, waving a pride flag in the Pride Parade. And I actually won the best, I wish I could remember the name of them, but they were the best skincare products I've ever owned in my entire existence.
Love to see
I
it.
won that in the contest at the same Pride festival.
What was the contest for?
It was for, they were doing a raffle for some skincare, like skin scrubs and like skin like face washes and stuff like that, and the stuff was phenomenal. Best product I've ever had. Just absolutely got it. That I don't remember the name of the company.
Dang. Yeah.
And so I'm going into a deep rabbit hole of vendors that was there during Pride Month at that time to see if I could find them, but I haven't found them yet. So
it's okay, no pressure. If you do find them,
and they were
like,
natural and organic. They were vegan, natural, and organic. They were phenomenal, and they were so good. Like the sugar scrub.
I love a sugar scrub.
Oh goodness! But that was that and making my Pride the Pride stuff, the songs. Those are peak Pride for me. Like so much gay.
Gay. I love that. That makes me so happy. I want to be on the hood of a car in a Pride Parade flying my gay little flag. Hello? That's my new goal. I'm gonna figure out how to do that. I need that in my life. Okay, I'm pulling up the next one.
Do it.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna read this. I'm still kind of processing it in my brain. I don't know if I'm gonna say this word right.
Transmedicalism.
Okay, thank you. Transmedicalism. Is it prevalent in the community from your point of view, or does the media exaggerate?
I'm gonna say neither.
Yeah.
I don't think it's necessarily very exaggerated by the media based on things that I've seen in any recent times. Been a few years, I think, but I would say we're on to just more straight up bigotry with the media. But I think that the discourse surrounding certain necessities to be transgender or to have a legitimate trans identity, like that you have to experience dysphoria to be trans, I think most of that has died out at this point.
Yeah, I agree. And for my clarity and anyone else who may not have a firm definition of what this word means, can you give us like a synopsis?
I'd love to. I have a 3-page article in front of me.
Nice.
But it is from Wikipedia. It is the idea that being transgender is primarily a medical issue related to the incongruence between an individual's assigned sex at birth and their gender identity, characterized by gender dysphoria. And one of the cruxes of that is that you have to experience dysphoria to be trans.
Gotcha. Thank you. I was on the right path, but not quite there. So thank you.
You were there. You made it. I'm proud of you.
Thank you so much. I do feel like it depends on everyone's point of view, because from my point of view, like you said, yes and no. Like, I see it on occasion, but usually it's pretty shut down. And I feel like I agree with you in the stance that I think that the people with the stance of like you have to do this to equal that, I feel like that is kind of died down as well from my point of view. I remember seeing it a lot more like even like a year ago. It was discussed a lot more from my perspective on the internet. But also I'm very quick to, whenever I see things like that, like not engage and like make sure like I remove myself from whatever space I may be seeing that from, you know? But yeah, the idea that you have to experience dysphoria to be trans is quite harmful. Yeah.
It's the same sentence as you have to suffer to be trans.
Right. Right.
Fuck me then.
I ain't wrong.
Yeah, that's fucked up. But yeah, Luna, do you have anything to add to that?
No, you both summed it up perfectly, honestly.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Next. Thank you, Dragon. And if anyone doesn't know, anything that is tipped tonight will be split between Luna and Faye, my wonderful friends here who have been hanging out and talking. Right now we're at $101.19, which is really, really cool. My goal is to get 200, perhaps, possibly. It'd be really cool if they both went home with a hundo in their pocket, but you know, that's just me.
I'm already home.
Oh, don't tell them that.
Oh, I'm out of the house at the moment.
Okay, this is a cute one too. This is the last one that we have right now, but if anyone wants to get any more questions or topics y'all want us to cover, the form is still open if you want. No pressure. This one's also a cute one. It says, what is your favorite memory or experience about being genderqueer? My heart. Y'all are so cute with these. I feel like I have had a series of like a lot of like little moments that bring me joy in my gender over time, you know? Like little things that give me little sparks of like gender euphoria, like shaving the sides of my head or like cutting my hair significantly shorter than I've ever had it before, you know? Or like buying more like baggy basketball shorts or like Things like that, like make me feel very, very comfortable in my body and very like, wow, this feels right type of thing, you know. But I'm trying to think if I have like one specific one memory that has made me feel quite good. Do either of y'all have anything that come to mind while I'm thinking? Fave memory or
Mine?
experience?
Besides being in this wonderful community,
Oh yeah.
I'm talking with my friend, who is a trans woman, and her validating my feelings at being lost and doing self-discovery. I think that was absolutely so beautiful.
Yeah.
Because she made sure she said that, like, when I messaged her on Facebook back when Facebook wasn't as trashy.
Yeah.
Because it's always been trashy, let's be real. But
Yeah.
but so she told me, she's like, so I just read your message, and I want to start off by saying your feelings are very valid, and I don't want you to ever feel like you're not. And that was just the sweetest thing, and I felt safe.
Yeah. I love
So
that.
that's favorite moment.
That is so sweet. Anytime soon, right? I would say within the next hour or so, I will be ending. I would say. Why? Also, thank you for the follow. Hi, Zippler. How are you? I love that for you, though, Luna.
Thank you.
That makes me so happy, and like, I don't know, those types of conversations are so important, and I'm very glad that you had that experience with that person, you know. Thank you, Punkish. Be there with y'all. Oh my god, you're right, Tay. Hell yeah.
I love that so much.
Me as well. Faye, did you have anything that came up?
I think it's easy to forget a lot of things specifically.
Agreed.
I think that I love the extremely emotional small moments of things that would mean nothing to somebody in a different position, but are just so much.
Yeah.
And they're just so small.
Yeah.
And I can't even think of an example right now, but it's
Yeah.
just fantastic.
I agree. That's how I kind of feel too. Is like I have like I know that I've experienced like a chain of like smaller, like quote unquote smaller, like sparks of just deep like realization and like sense of belonging, you know, that I feel like I've almost never experienced before, you know. Also, just a heads up, there's an ad starting soon. If you get the ad, it'll only be 30 seconds long though. You know, and I feel like it's that feeling for me, that feeling of I keep fucking saying it, but feeling of being like expressing myself for who I am and learning that there are people out there that see me for who I am and want to be here to support me and love me and like experience things with me and be excited with me instead of like shutting me out, you know. Like it's that like inching towards like comfort and eventually being able to feel so comfortable in myself, in my skin, and feeling comfortable in a space where I can express myself, you know, like. And I feel like a lot of those do happen in the community, and I'm very grateful for this community because it's like I don't think I would feel this comfortable in myself without it, you know. Like literally the vast majority of my journey has happened while I've been on the internet on Twitch, you know, the past like 2.5 years or so, and I don't know what I would be without it, you know. But not the mama bird. But yeah. But you're right. I feel like a lot of times those little moments also could be seen as quite small for anyone outside of our situation, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I believe that perhaps was our last questionista, at least. Oh, also I'm so sorry. I don't know when my music paused. My Spotify doesn't like it whenever I have Discord open as well. Hehe. Okay, I'm gonna close the Google form. Thank y'all for submitting questions, if you did. And thank y'all for being here, just in general. I did have one last thing I wanted to discuss with both of yous before yous left. And it's so cute because like some people who submitted kind of like caught on and kind of asked what I wanted to ask. So no need to repeat yourself if you don't want to. I feel like a lot of spaces and news and media for queer people, especially gender nonconforming and transgender people, is very scary right now. And sometimes it's hard to feel joy and pride. But I think gender should be celebrated and we should be uplifted for expressing ourselves, because our very existence like goes against so many things, and I'm very proud of us. So with that, do you have a recent moment where you experienced trans or gender nonconforming like joy, like where you achieved something or you just felt pure joy in whatever it was you were doing, whatever like step you feel like you maybe took, or do you have something that you did recently within yourself that you're proud of, that we can be excited for you for?
Yeah.
Tell me.
So I currently have some name change papers on the desk of the judge that will be signed within the next week.
Let's
And then I
go.
can start doing all the things and the stuff that I gotta do.
That's fucking amazing. Hello.
I'm very excited about it.
Huge.
Congratulations.
And the judge's
congrats.
name is pretty funny.
You don't have to say it if you don't want to.
Well, I'm not gonna give that information.
Right.
I'm curious though, so message me
Yeah,
whenever.
I'll send you the name.
Yeah, I now I'm curious, but
Same.
Like,
I'm so
it's
fucking proud of
still
you.
a whole bunch of stuff after it's signed, but
Right, yeah.
I think I can get that stuff done pretty fast.
Aw.
Because I don't have to wait for a judge who's currently on vacation.
Oh my god. Okay,
It was bad
Judge.
timing.
Yeah. But very fucking exciting. Very proud of you
Yay.
for going through that process for yourself. Big, bestie. Big claps.
Yeah,
Look at you making those
emoji.
strides.
Hell yeah.
Look at you. Luna, do you have anything in mind?
I'm educating people from a small town. While on
Okay.
vacation.
Hell yeah.
When I was on my most recent vacation, it's a very, very small town.
Okay.
Very conservative. So, educating them on, different genders, because it's literally like those stereotypical small towns you see in movies and TVs where everybody knows everybody's drama and business.
I'm gonna pause you
So,
really quickly. I'm gonna pause you so quickly. Tay just donated $68.50.
oh,
Oh my goodness. Ray. You're literally perfect.
You're perfect in every way. Thank you for getting us to $169.69, by the way. I see you. You did that math.
Hell yeah, let's
Pride Month,
go.
okay.
Maths,
Hell
let's
yeah.
go. Maths, movie hard.
We love that.
Oh, thank you for donating. And again, anything that's donated tonight is going to Faye and Luna. So please don't, or not that. Fuck. Tip. Ignore me. Don't perceive me.
Oh my god.
Don't perceive me. My brain is slowly going foggy. Anyways, that's the tipping link. I know it says it's my tipping link, but I'm gonna be splitting the donos after stream. But yeah, thank you, Tay. I appreciate you. Thank you for supporting. But anyways, sorry, Luna. So proud of you for educating. I feel like education is, I don't know, it can be difficult to do, especially in a conservative fucking town.
Right.
But how has that been for you?
There's lots of reminders. But it's, I hate to say, it's one of those things you become numb to when you're, you know, misgendered for so long. So, but at the same time, you know, they're like, oh fuck, sorry, I'm so sorry. Okay, I'm gonna work on this. I'm gonna be better. I promise. I'm like, you know what? The fact that you acknowledge that you're wrong and you are saying that you are going to get better, you know, they acknowledge, they're like, it's not okay to do this, you know. I really love it. So it's a beautiful thing, just educating people, and those that do have a mind to be open, they are open to learn that change, because again, they're not, those that are closeted, you know, more than likely, because I can't say that there's not anybody there that, you know, can't be a single person that is not binary. There might be that small 0.01%, you know,
Right.
but they're not out because, again, it's so small town, it's so conservative, they're very judgy. So, but being in my line of work, which I don't say, you already know what my line of work is, people tend to be a lot more open-minded because of what I do. And that helps a lot. It helps a ton.
Good.
So, and then
I'm
people
glad.
who do come and visit, you know, on the resort, they're very open to, and
Good.
when I like met them and I said, hey, what are your pronouns? And I'm like, and is this your partner? Is this your relative, your friend? I just want to make sure so I know how to address everyone. And
Right.
it brought so much joy to them, you know, when we met and we were talking, that they were like, wow, I didn't realize people here in this small town were so welcoming. I was like, yeah, I mean, I'm not from here, but yeah.
Yeah.
So, but people were, but I love that. It's just really wonderful, beautiful thing, you know.
I love that. And it's such a amazing feeling being the one educating, or like being the one creating that space, and like seeing that flip in their eyes of whenever they like they like catch on, or like they realize, you know. It's awesome. Love that. That's amazing. If I were to have to choose one moment of like gender joy, trans joy, just general queer excitement recently, something I'm proud of myself for, definitely, I already said this, but being my first pride out as trans and being very outwardly expressive about it was big for me, and I'm very proud of myself for, you know, embracing that, you know, not only here on the interwebs, but whenever I was at Bonnaroo, it was a big moment flying that big old trans flag, you know. And it was a big step for me, I feel, and it made me feel really happy and really seen for literally the flag that was flying above my head, and it was a good moment. Good moment. Thank y'all for being here.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you for having us.
I adore both of you so much. I love y'all.
Love you.
Is
Yeah,
there
I love you
anything
both.
y'all would like to say before we end call?
Be gay, do crime.
Yes.
Yeah, both of those, honestly.
Yes.
Just remember to protect your energy, because nobody else is gonna. Nobody else gonna do it.
Wise words. Wise words. Protect your energy. Be gay. Do crime. You heard it here.
Yeah.
big thank you. I love y'all so much.
Love you.
Please do your own self-care, aftercare after this. Y'all are amazing, and you know that, but I'm here to tell you in case you ever forget. And I very much value y'all's perspectives and just like y'all as human beings. So genuinely, thank you for being a part of this. I know it ain't easy to talk about some of these things. So thank you.
Well, thank you for having
Thank
us.
you.
Love you
Thanks for
lots. You're
doing that.
amazing.
Of course.
Yeah.
Y'all are amazing.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Love you.
Love yous. I love them so much. My entire fucking heart is gonna explode. I swear. Aren't they great? One of my fave streams. Thank you all. Of course, Tay. And same. This has been such a lovely stream. Let me move this back over here. Also, I apologize, mods. I had mod chat out of view while I was looking at my notes that I had in Discordia. Thank you, mods, for helping during this as well. Thank you, mods. Thank you, mods. Thank y'all for being here. Of course. Oh, I can also go back. Let's go back over here. There we go. Of course, Peachy. Y'all are all phenomenal. Thank you for being a part of this conversation, and thank you for being a part of this space. Like I've said a million times before and also a million times tonight, I am very grateful for this space. I'm grateful for each of y'all for being here and showing up and listening and contributing to the conversation if you could, but if you couldn't, if you were lurking, or maybe if it was a more difficult conversation, thank you for just being present and for listening. Your presence means a lot to me, and I appreciate you. I love doing these streams where we just talk about things and bring on friends and talk about things with friends. Of course, thank you for being here. Y'all are all phenomenal, and that is all. I love y'all too. Love you so much. This was a lovely, lovely conversation. Very refreshing. I feel like every time we have these types of conversations, it's very humanizing. And I know sometimes like we get little bits and pieces of it like during regular streams, but whenever we like sit down and talk about it for, wow, I just looked at the timer when it said 4 hours, 44 minutes and 44 seconds. Whoa. Whenever we've been talking about it for nearly 5 hours, it you know. Thank you. Love y'all. Group hug. If you want hugs. Group hug. We're lost in good company. Exactly. Like, I don't know. I feel like if anything, this massages my spoons. Like, it makes my spoons feel good because we're talking about something that like actually like grounds me, and I'm learning from people who group make up such an I'm learning from people, and that like that makes me so happy. Come, not the come. I'm coming. We now have the Mecha Gremlin bot now has a come command, like a CUM, by the way, if you want if you want to come. But yeah, hee. I felt that, PG. Oh, good. That was me, sorry. Anyways, if anyone perhaps is new to my space, hi, first of all, thank you for being here. Second of all, these are conversations we have all the fucking time. Not to this extent, but we talk about this kind of shit all the fucking time. Because guess what? It's part of who I am. It's part of who a lot of people here, who they are. Thank you for the follow. So these types of conversations are not limited to these once every few months streams where I sit down and I talk about stuffs with friends. It happens all the time. So stick around if you want. But I appreciate y'all very much. I'm gonna slowly look for someone to write out to. I'm gonna put this on. Real space here. Thank you. You came to, yeah. And also anyone who perhaps is watching the VOD, I appreciate you for watching the VOD if you couldn't be here. What else? Also, of course, Pablo, thank you for being here, friend. Last call. If anyone wants to tip Luna and Faye for being here, I'm a big proponent on paying people for their time if they're talking about things and educating about things that may be like, you know, difficult. So the goal is $200. Just the tip. Just the tip. I need to make like an alternate or like I forget what the word is, like another command word to where that command comes up if we do exclamation point teep. I think that's so funny. We're at 169.69, which is hilarious, and thank y'all who have wow, a lot of talking tonight. Thank you to those who have already tipped. There we go. We got there. Just the teep, exactly. I know it says my tipping page, but I will be taking the tips and splitting them and giving it to Faye and Luna via their preferred payment method. Truly one of the best. Truly. It's so how did that come about again? Did I type exclamation point teep? Thank Lemtis. There's alternates on the come command now. Pablo literally made it like earlier this stream. You could come again if you will. If you're someone who can go multiple rounds, come again. Oh, you split the teeps. Oh my god. You know what's funny? I used to, whenever I first started streaming on Twitch, if someone tipped $100 or more, I would do the splits back there. I'm not that flexible anymore. I could still probably do it if I like stretched out, but like I would pop a split. No. Thank you for the nut. Thank you. Come. Good. I nutted. OMG, I nutted. Lemtis, how the fuck are you, bitch? Good to see you. Round, I have so much cum. Good. Oh my god, I was like, what is that? It's Peachy's boner. Thank you for coming, Em. When I get that one, Lemtis, that one that says when I get called champ in bed, that was me. Bobo put that in because I said I was gonna come if someone called me champion during sex. My virgin eyes at the chat, please. I'm so sorry. Let me get you some sunglasses. Also, aftercare. If anyone else feels like they perhaps need like aftercare or like self-care after these types of conversations, please give that to yourself. I know I'm probably gonna cook some fucking fried rice and maybe sit down with a pal and play some video game. I don't know. We'll see. It's really iconic. It truly is. How is baby formed? Well, you see, there's peepees and the peepees touch. You know what? Oh my god, this is embarrassing. Before I actually got proper sex education, I thought the penis and the vagina, we're gonna call this the vagina, right? The penis. I thought they rubbed on top of each other like this. And no insertion. I thought it was a rub on top situation, like a hot dog and bun situation. So I'm gonna go catch up on some of those. Sounds good, Lemtes. I love you. Taking care of yourself or else. I don't want to find out what the or else is. Lemtes, I hope you get such good sleep, okay? Lots of work in the morning? Absolutely. The sweetest dreams. Yeah. Good night, everyone who's going to sleep. Pretty gay, TBH. Pretty gay. Yeah, it truly is, actually. Friction burned my vagina, please. Oh my god. Ow. I posted an announcement in the Discord. On the Discord. If you didn't see, tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I will be in the Stream Elements Discord server on a Pride panel. Yee! I'm nervous, but I'm so excited. But a few people from the Creator Diversity Program by Stream Elements opted in to be on this Pride panel, and I'm very excited to be on this panel with them. I don't really know exactly what to expect, but I know that we're going to be talking about ourselves and various Pride-related things, and I'm pretty excited. So the link to... Wait, hold on. Here's my Discord, and I made an announcement in it, and the information is there. If you perhaps are around at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I want to listen to me talk more about Pride things, and a few other perspectives as well. I'm excited and I'm nervous. I might shit my pants. But other than that, next stream will be tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern, assuming I have the spoons after the Pride panel. Probably gonna be doing something pretty chill after that, because I feel like that'll probably take away some spoons, but you never know. We'll see. But I'll keep y'all posted. So that's tomorrow, and then Thursday will be on YouTube. Thursday's stream will be on YouTube. I'm starting my second playthrough of The Devil in Me. Shit it on him. The song played in my head. Thursdays I'm live on YouTube. Second playthrough of Devil in Me. Last thing I want to say, gender related. Gender is a spectrum. Sex is also a spectrum. Let's not forget about intersex people. And there are no rules. There are no rules to gender. You can express yourself however the fuck you want. You can use labels if they resonate with you. You don't got it if you don't wanna, you know? I see you. You are safe here. You are loved. There are so many people on this earth that would be so sad if you were not here. I'm very grateful for all of you. I'm very proud of all of you. You've come so goddamn far, and you still have so far to go. We have so much growing and so much discovery, and I'm so excited for it. And now I'm emotional. Let's find someone to read out to. I love y'all. Big hugs. Big hugs. Big hugs. Let's find someone to raid out to. Thank y'all for supporting me, also for being here, and thank you for supporting Luna and Faye with the tips. I appreciate you very, very much. Thank you for everything. Also, before I find someone to raid out to, actually, here are all of my things. I know I sent some things, but here are all of my things. Beacon's page with all of my socials, Discord server, Throne wishlist, which is my wishlist, my tipping page, which is the most dark way to support me, but today it's for Luna and Faye if anyone wants to get any last tips in. Pally, where you can tip my moderators, and YouTube, where I stream on Thursdays and whatnot. Such a fun stream. Again, thank you so much, Luna. Thank you. Let's find maybe cozy. I kind of want cozy right now. I would love a cozy homie. Not a ton of people online right now. I guess this is a lot later than I normally go. Yeah, of course. Of course. Okay. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh my god, I think I know where I want to raid. The cozy homie. Oh, thanks. Oh my god, I know. Hush now. I know who we're raiding. I adore this person so fucking much. I'm so excited. Okay, let me do this. Let me close that. Don't need that. Okay. Don't need that. Okay. Okay, great. Perfect. We are raiding into Amanda Speaks. I love Amanda so much. Amanda uses she, her pronouns, also a part of the LGBTQ community. She's playing Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. So spoiler alert, if you don't want spoilers or anything, please be aware of that. Maybe drop the raid message and then lurk. Or if you want to opt out, I completely understand. But I love Amanda. And if you've never met her, I'm so excited for you to meet her because she is so warm, so welcoming, so cozy. Truly a real one, so genuine, so down to earth. I really love her space. I'm excited to share her with y'all. Here is the Pride Raid. Please copy it. Anybody can copy it. You don't have to be subbed or anything. And we'll paste it into Amanda's stream whenever we get there. Okay. Hey. What a cool stream, huh? What a cool stream. Where's my thing? Let's get out of here, huh? Let's get out of here. I need some food. I need a blanket. I need hugs. I'll take hugs, please. Hey y'all. Y'all are pretty cool, and I'm very grateful for the space. Thank you for being a part of it. Genuinely, y'all have been here for me through so much and have shown me nothing but like love and support and like everything I need, you know? And even on days where I feel like I can't really bring 100% of myself and I just need a space to just exist for a little bit, you know? I'm very grateful for that. And on the flippity flip, on days like today where I feel fully present and we're doing something and having conversations that mean a shit ton to me, and y'all are here for it and y'all are a part of it and y'all support it, I have nothing but gratitude and love to feel. I will, Dragon. Thank y'all for being here. Please take care of yourselves. Drink water. Eat good food. Take your meds when you need to. Take your meds when you need to. Take a goddamn break when you need to. And know that I am rooting for you. I believe in you, and you got this. Okay. Good night. Give Amanda all the love. Okay. Bye. I'm sorry. Hold on. Pause. Is the happy birthday song copyrighted? I feel like it is. Am I allowed? We do this thing that's kind of cursed sometimes in the Discord where we all get in a Discord call and we all sing happy birthday to the person whose birthday it is. And it's all out of sync and it's really funny because Discord lag is hilarious. And I'm just picturing that in my brain and I hope you're picturing that as in your brain as well, Tay. But happy birthday. I love you. Celebrate yourself. You deserve it. Okay, now goodbye.